tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, we will take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and to go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell them to stop, that you're on the jury trying the case, and if they persist, notify one of the bailiffs or court personnel who will then advise me. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the court. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. That includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, or the internet, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people or places involved in this case. This applies whether you're here in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look up maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about this case. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case using an electronic device, you must not use phones, computers, or any other electronic device to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on a website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I would have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise would have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. And that is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present an argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises them. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. And the mistrial is a tremendous expense, inconvenience to the parties, and to the taxpayers. I'm going to give you some of the general law that applies to all criminal cases. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of the defendant to prove his or her innocence. In the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, the jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. The fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand does not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, or what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters of law and other matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences do occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as necessary in order to have a fair and orderly trial in this case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving 1, the crime with which the defendant was discharged was committed, 2, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction is one which is not stable, one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted, as well as what they said. Some things that you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? You may rely on your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for that purpose. Please do not write on the cover page of the notepad. That way your notes will be inadvertently read when they're collected, which they will be during any recesses or overnight, but even when they're collected, nobody's going to read those notes. And after you've completed your deliberations, those notes are going to be destroyed, so nobody's ever going to read them but you. If you do take notes during the trial, do not get so involved in your note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. It is sometimes difficult to take detailed notes and pay attention to what the witnesses are saying at the same time. So if you do take notes, be sure that your taking of notes does not interfere with your active listening and considering all of the evidence. If you do take notes, please remember that any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. Your notes are only a tool to aid your individual memory. You should not compare your notes with other jurors in determining the content of any testimony or in evaluating the importance of any evidence. Your notes are not evidence and are by no means a complete outline of the proceedings or a list of highlights of the trial. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset when it comes time to deliberate and render a verdict in this case. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes. If you don't want to, that's a decision each of you can make individually. And whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence. It should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that in any way, so please disregard anything I may say or do or have said and done already that makes you think I prefer one verdict over another. All right, that concludes the first part of these preliminary instructions. We're now going to turn it over to the lawyers to give their opening statements. The state will go first because they have the burden of proof, so it'll be the pattern you see throughout the trial. Ms. Terry, for the state, you may give your opening. Yes, ma'am.
I told him I want my money back today, or I'm going to the police and getting the lawyers involved. On October 23rd, 2019, Susan Malden told her best friend, Phyllis Yates. She was talking about what she had told that defendant, Corey Binderim, that morning. I want my money back today, or I'm going to the police. That lunch concluded, and that would be the last time that Phyllis Yates ever saw Susan Malden. You see, because those were the words that Susan had told Corey. And those were the words that were going to cause this defendant's life to crumble around him. In 2018, Susan Malden first met Corey Binderim. She was having some work done on her house in the kitchen. He was one of the subcontractors on that job. As the work continued on the kitchen, she made a decision to contract with that man to remodel her guest bathroom. And in February of 2019, she began making large payments to that man for that work. Between February and April of 2019, she gave him over $12,000. For what? For him to demolish the bathroom and never touch it again. To rip out the things that would make it usable and make excuses as to why he couldn't come back and finish the job. She was left with nothing to show for that $12,000 and mounting frustration. Spring, summer, fall. And in the fall, she had enough. And she began shopping around for contractors who would actually do the work. On October 19th of 2019, she actually visited 2 separate remodeling showrooms, setting up appointments with 2 different contractors to come look at the bathroom on October 24th and October 25th of 2019. So on October 23rd, 2019, she took her stand. She gave Corey Binderim the ultimatum. My money back, or there will be consequences. And on October 24th, 2019, Susan Malden vanished. Gone. She missed a physical therapy appointment. She missed the appointments that she had set up with the contractors for the 24th and 25th. She missed attempted contact from her friend, Miss Yates. She was just gone. On October 25th, 2019, Miss Yates went to Miss Mauldin's house to look for her best friend. She didn't find her. She was just gone. So Miss Yates and her husband called law enforcement, and a patrol deputy with the Clay County Sheriff's Office responded and began a missing persons investigation into where Miss Mauldin could be. He began that investigation by speaking with her friends and acquaintances and people who were known to have had contact with Miss Mauldin. That man. So, Deputy Lunsford made contact with Corey Binderim. And he was told by Corey Binderim that, yeah, he had in fact seen Miss Mauldin on October 24th of 2019. He'd gone to her house, he'd paid her back all her money, $1,295. Not 12. He retrieved some tools he'd left at our house, said bye, went on his way to his storage shed where he put those tools in the storage shed. Well, Deputy Lunsford continued over the weekend, talking to friends, looking for Miss Mauldin, to no avail. So on Monday, October 28th of 2019, the robbery homicide unit with the Clay County Sheriff's Office took over that investigation. And the initial thing that they did was to begin to look at the information that Deputy Lunsford had already gathered. They began talking again with her friends to find out, could she be on a trip? Could she have gone somewhere? Did she have any friction or problems in her life? And the one consistent answer, Corey Binderim. He was the problem. So they looked at what Corey Binderim said. And in doing their due diligence, they went out to where he had a storage shed, or a storage unit. And they confirmed that he had been there around 9 a.m. on October 20th. So they made a decision. And that decision was, we're going to try everything we can to find Miss Mauldin. Let's bring a human remains detection dog to the storage facility. So that's what they did. And that dog was brought and allowed off leash to go and see what he could smell. And what he could smell led him to alert on the defendant's storage unit. Search warrant was obtained. They went inside the storage unit, allowed the dog, again off leash, to roam throughout the storage unit. And again, he alerted. And what did he alert on? Bag of tools. Bag of tools like the one the defendant had described had been in Miss Mauldin's house. At this point, detectives are continuing to speak with friends. They're continuing to try and find any lead possible. But all the leads are beginning to converge on Corey Binderim. They get copies of Life 360 GPS records. It's an application that one can download on your phone. It tracks your every movement and can even tell you how fast you're going. They get phone records, which show cell tower activity, and they get surveillance video from businesses and places he had traveled that morning of the 24th. And a timeline develops. 6:42 a.m., Corey Binderim leaves his home. 7:04 a.m., he's at Home Depot. He buys a box of demolition bags and two 60-pound bags of Sac Creek concrete. At 7:15, the defendant returns to his home. At 7:36, he leaves his home. At 7:48, he goes to the home of Miss Susan Malden. At 7:48 and 11 seconds, he places a phone call to Miss Susan Malden. Let her know he's there. At 8:25, he leaves Miss Mauldin's residence. But a few minutes before, his truck, his cot, on a school bus came up, backed up, screamed to the garage door of Miss Mauldin. At 8:46, the defendant returned to his home and deactivated Life 360. At 9:12 a.m., he checks in at the Rosemary Hill Waste Transfer Station here in Calhoun, where he uses his ID to check in, and he drops approximately 300 pounds of waste. At 9:19 a.m., he checks out at the Rosemary Hill transfer station. At 9:33, he returns to his neighborhood, and Live 360 is reactive. At 9:39, he again leaves his residence. At 9:47, he's at the secure care storage facility. At 9:57, he leaves the secure care storage facility. At 9:12 to 9:13, he drives again past the Rosemary Hill transfer station. At 11:07, he goes back to Home Depot and makes another purchase. At 11:24 to 11:26, he goes to a second job site that he has at the home of Karen and Greg Hall. He drops some items and tells them he's sick, he can't stay in work today. At 11:50, he comes back to his residence. At 13:41 or 1:41 p.m., he leaves his residence. And at 14:22, 2:22 to 2:25, he again drives past the Rosemary Hill transfer station. The investigation begins to tighten. Contact is made with the Rosemary Hill transfer station, where it's learned that the waste from Clay County is taken to the Chester Island landfill in Georgia. So what happens? The robbery homicide detective and the robbery homicide sergeant take a trip to Chester Island. And when they get there, what they learn is that all of the waste from Rosemary Hill transfer station for October 24th and October 25th had been dumped in a single area of the landfill. And by coincidence, that had been the last of the dumping allowed in that location. The landfill hill at that point was full. They closed it off. If she was in that waste, she would be there. With that knowledge, the Clay County Sheriff's Office begins reaching out to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because this is going to be a massive search. And they're going to need help. She had been carelessly tossed at the transfer station, but she would be right there. They could isolate it. They could find her. They could recover her. They could find answers to her friends. And so as those discussions and that planning continues to take place, the detectives back here in Clay County continue to run down any leads they can find on Ms. Malden and continue their investigation into Corey Binderim. One of the things that they found is that his business bank account, where he had supposedly wrote that $1,295 check to pay back Ms. Malden, didn't even have enough money in it to cover that check. You see, the defendant's life had begun to spin out of control. He had admitted to a coworker, Leanne Locklear, who you'll hear from her name is not Stansberry, that he had been using cocaine, Percocet, and steroids. All of the $12,000 that Ms. Mauldin was missing from his business account, with no explanation. And she was gone. His life was collapsing around him. At At this point, the detectives began conducting search warrants. We already mentioned that they did a search warrant on the storage unit, they did a search warrant for the defendant's truck, his phone, all finding bits and pieces of information along the way. Information, for instance, that the defendant had deleted all contact that he had had with Ms. Mauldin from his call log and text messages on his phone. Information like he had receipts from his Home Depot trips in his work truck, except for the one where he got the dinner bags that morning. As it began to be clear that the detectives were closing in on him, the defendant, just 4 days after the search warrant on his home had been executed, went to another job site, stole a check, wrote it to himself, cashed it for $5,000, and vanished. But you see, the planning to find Ms. Mauldin did not cease with that. And finally, in late January of 2020, a massive search of that landfill began. And on the 9th day of that search, Ms. Mauldin was located in the Chester Island landfill, exactly where that October 24th trash had been dumped. Portions of her skull were found first, and then slowly other bones, fingernail found in debris and dirt and filth and diapers and medical waste, and every terrible example of trash you can think of, she's found. As they continue looking, they're able to find a large portion of her body enmeshed in those demo bags that he had bought at 7:04 a.m. on October 24th, 2019. Her remains were examined by an anthropologist and a medical examiner, and that revealed that her hyoid had been evenly broken on both sides, indicating it's consistent with strangulation. Fingernail was located enmeshed in one of the bags with her, and as I said before, another found out in the debris as they're searching for small bones and pieces of Ms. Mauldin. Those fingernails were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA testing. One, without debris, was found to just have Ms. Mauldin's DNA. The other was tested along with the debris that was found by the man, and it found Ms. Mauldin's DNA and other unknown DNA, not the defendant's, but again, tested with the debris from that medical waste, rotten food, dirty diapers, blood tubes from dialysis. The most disgusting things that a person can think of. Those items that had served as the burial ground for Ms. Mauldin for the past 3 months. Because he tossed her out like garbage. Over the next few days into next week, you're going to hear from the friends of Ms. Mauldin. You're going to hear from the people she missed appointments with, the contractors, the physical therapists. You're going to hear from clients of the defendant, deputies, detectives, crime scene technicians, the defendant's co-worker, his now ex-wife, the human remains detection dog, handler, and trainer. You're going to hear from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, medical examiner, anthropologist, and many other witnesses I can't even count. They're going to lay out for you the knowledge and information that they have to help you understand what the evidence is and what it shows. They're gonna help you understand the timeline, the investigation, the search, and what all went in to bring us to today. At the end of that testimony, at the end of all the physical exhibits that you'll see, things will be clear. It will be clear Ms. Mauldin was no longer going to be taken advantage of. She gave the defendant an ultimatum. All of my money today, or I am giving the police and lawyers involved. But the defendant wouldn't let that happen. His facade of respectable contractor and family man was vanishing before his eyes. The money trouble, the drugs, the lies, collapsing his life around him. It would all be exposed. But he could not let that happen. So he took care of the problem. He prepared. He got up that morning, he left his house, he went to Home Depot at 7:04 a.m. and he bought the burial shroud that he would lay Miss Mauldin to rest in. Those 10 bags. And then he went to her house and he killed her. And then he tossed her out like the garbage he thought that she was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Argument.
At the end of everything, those actions by this defendant will be clear to you. And the other thing that will be clear is that he is guilty as charged on all 3 counts. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, you're up, sir.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Counsel. Good morning, y'all. My name is Jim Hernandez, along with Patrick Brody, who are representing Corey Binderim. It's been 3 days, going to his 4th day, so I had a chance to talk to him. The evidence will show in this case that Corey Binderim was a hardworking contractor trying to juggle many jobs and a family life, marriage of over 20 years. The responsibility of raising 2 daughters that he adored in their late teens and early 20s. It's the stress of running your own business. When you're good at construction and bad on your books. The stress of a contractor is also involved whenever a client has to make up their mind for certain rehabilitation projects. They have to pick out the drain, and they have to pick out the sink, they have to pick out the cabinets. The contractor cannot go forward until that's done. At the beginning of November 2019, the peace and tranquility in Corey Binderim's home in Fleming Island was disturbed when the police, the detectives, descended upon his house to search his home. His daughters in the late teens and one in the early 20s experienced that search. No items of Ms. Mauldin was found in his home as a result of that search. The state's case is a circumstantial evidence case. That's what they're going to be putting before you. Phone records. You will receive phone records. You will receive phone records of dates and times of calls. You will receive phone records of my client and of Mr. Binderim and of Ms. Mauldin. You'll see that my client contacted Ms. Mauldin on the 24th, that's 0748, 7:48 a.m. He admitted that to the police. He talked freely to the police at least 2 to 3 times. First, he told the police that it was the 23rd.
Objection, Your Honor.
First, he told the police it was October 23rd that he had contact. Then he corrected it to October 24th. He goes to Home Depot regularly. He's a contractor. He buys supplies regularly. He has receipts within his truck that the Clay County Sheriff's Office collected that showed just how many times he went to Home Depot. And going to Home Depot, he buys demolition bags. Demolition bags are basically to put the construction debris in and to discard it. Demolition bags are not unique. You'll see a stipulation from both parties. There's a long number that appears on the demolition bag. It's basically a product number. In 2019, hundreds of thousands of these bags were sold at Home Depot, and they all have that same product number. So there's nothing unique about that long number that has a -4 on that demolition bag. Because all demolition bags have that. You go to Home Depot today, and they're in other stores also. They'll have that same product. Both parties have stipulated to that. And you'll hear that stipulation. Corey Binderim uses concrete in his work. As a matter of fact, you'll probably hear about a check that was paid to him by a concrete company for work done. You'll see a list of his customers. He's had about 30 to 31 customers in 2019. The lead detective on this case, Howard Fryer, interviewed my client on October 29th and November 1st. During that time, he noticed that he had scratches on his left hand and on his left arm. Well, it's common for contractors to have scratches. It's common to scratch yourself, cut yourself, or bruise yourself when you're working construction. However, Agent Fryer, our lead detective Fryer, made note of that. The defense is what he did. He goes to Rosemary Hill Transfer Station many times throughout the week in order to dump construction debris. That's part of his job. It's nothing unusual. As a matter of fact, one of the attendants at Rosemary Hill Transfer Station, no one from high school. Actually, no one from high school. On October 24th, he went there to dispose of construction debris. Now, you can go there as a resident and you basically got 500 pounds per week that's free. Or you can do it as a company and pay for the debris to be disposed of. If you do it as a resident, you have to show your ID, make sure that you're a Clay County resident in order to get the waiver of that fee. Well, on October 24th, he used his resident status. So not only did the attendant know him, but he voluntarily gave up his driver's license to Rosemary Hill to do it under the resident status. Now, you'll learn that the Rosemary Hill Transfer Station has spotters that look at people when they dump the debris to make sure you're supposed to be what's you're dumping. Timeline of being at Ms. Mauldin's from 0748 or 7:48 in the morning to 8:25, about 37 minutes. It's too short of a time to kill someone and clean them out. Too short of a time. There were at least 2 business cards within the door, one on October 24th and one on October 25th. From the contractors that came out to visit Ms. Mauldin. Ms. Yates will probably testify that she tried to call from her business on October 24th. You'll see the phone records of Ms. Mauldin, and you won't see Ms. Yates' business number on October 24th. You'll pick it up and you'll see that business number on October 25th. Ms. Yates testifies that she was just confused with the dates that she called on the business. But you'll be able to verify that through the phone records. Clay County Sheriff's Office solicited the assistance of the FBI. The FBI had experience in the Chester Hill landfill due to a prior search that took place a year and a half earlier in my case. On the 9th day of that search, Ms. Mauldin's remains were found. When they were found, a fingernail was also found near the remains. The coroner in Georgia took possession of the remains and the fingernail that's found. The remains were found in a demolition bag, and they were placed in a body bag, and that was taken to the Pooler or Savannah Medical Examiner's office in Georgia. The staff of that office, in inventorying the remains, found another fingernail within one of those demolition bags. Well, there's 2 fingernails. One found by the remains, and one found in the demolition bags. The Clay County Sheriff's Department, Lead Detective Fryer is keeping track of all this. He knows the importance of retrieving those fingernails. He does that. Enters them into evidence here in the Clay County Sheriff's Office, Ms. Ann Shaw. And those fingernails are forwarded to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Now, Fryer knows that it's important because he's gone into the house with the crime scene investigators, and he's seen signs of a struggle that took place. What they see, he saw accounts that had been moved due to the dust lines. He saw figurines that had been knocked off of a table, and he saw pictures that were skewed by the front door. He also, the crime scene investigators are doing swabs. There's a swab done on the living room floor. There's a swab done on a lampshade. There's also a swab done in the kitchen. So Detective Fryer knows that there has been a struggle that took place. Detective Fryer retrieves the fingernails from the medical examiner's office, like I stated. Ms. Shaw gets them over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Why is Detective Fryer doing this? He realizes that there's a struggle due to what he saw in the house. He's now got the medical examiner's report that says there's possible strangulation. And he's using common sense. And during strangulation, the person defending themselves would scratch or try to have these arms be released from strangulation or from their hands being released from strangulation. and uses their fingernails in defense. Would there be DNA underneath this finger? The FDLE uses what is a star mix program to detect whether there's DNA under those fingernails. One fingernail, fingernail A, has the DNA of just Miss Malden. Fingernail B, fingernail B, has a mixture of 3 people. In that mixture, you have Miss Malden. The other 2 people of that mixture is an unknown female and an unknown male. FDLE gets up. Now, as previously gotten up with Clay County Sheriff's Office, and they go, we need a buccal DNA swab for Mr. Binderim. We need a blood stain card, which they get from the medical examiner's office for Ms. Malden, and then they get a comparison of those DNA found in male B. And the results of that DNA testing is that Mr. Corey Binderim is excluded from that DNA mixture. That unknown male in that DNA mixture conclusively is not Corey Binderim. The analyst in his report basically states Corey Binderim is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from item 3, which is male B. Detective Pryor, after learning about this, asked that the demo bags had a DNA analysis done. The only DNA that is found in the demo bags is Ms. Malden. Page 2 of 3 of Nicholas Kotani, which is the FDLE analyst report, basically states after the paragraphs that talk about the mixture, after the paragraphs that talk about Corey Binderim being excluded, states on the last sentence of that page 2, if a subject is developed, it is requested that buccal swabs be submitted for DNA analysis. Well, he said that to Detective Pryor after Corey Binderim had been excluded. What he's basically saying is if y'all develop another suspect, get buccal swab done and forward it up to us so we can do a comparison of that mixture. If y'all get another suspect. State's talking about contamination. And I imagine we'll hear about that when the evidence is brought in. I just told you you would hear. When you hear about that, I want you to think to yourself, if that DNA mixture would have been Corey Binderim, would we ever be hearing about contamination in the state? If his DNA would have been underneath that barricade, which it was not. So now we're going to hear about contamination in the state. This is a circumstantial evidence case by the state. Corey Binderim's DNA was not underneath that fingernail. And we, at the end of this case, we will ask you to determine murder or not guilty to all counts, because there is reasonable doubt in this case, based on that fingernail alone.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess, so you're going to go back to the jury room. Obviously, do not talk about the case while you're back there, but do enjoy a short break. There's some refreshments for you if you would like, and we'll see you in a few minutes. to those documents, the cast records, and we're going to overrule the objection. Life 360 summary. Rule 9956 does allow for summaries. When the records are voluminous, provided there's a qualified witness, you can lay a foundation. If there's such a witness who can lay a foundation, then they'll come in. If not, then they won't come in. So we'll have to, I'll reserve all that until I hear testimony. Deputy Hager. Good. Can you do what?
Any comment on that?
Yes.
Judge, that rule requires notice to the opposing party in advance of trial.
Well, it does, and I think I assume that there may have been done, but maybe I need to be corrected on that.
Your Honor, we received no notice of their intent to admit anything under that rule. We filed several notices under that rule well in advance of trial. The state filed no notices. The first time that I learned that they were going to admit these records, I mean, the discussion's always been about the Life 360 records provided by Life 360. The first time that I became aware that they were going to seek to admit those 4 pages was either late yesterday or this morning, I can't remember.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with that. They had this in discovery. That document was prepared in 2019, and he's had that the entire time. When the state's discussing Life 360 and plotting these on the map, these were the records the state's been discussing.
Judge, and I'm not alleging a discovery violation. I see that. I assumed it was work product done as in the course of the investigation akin to a report.
Ninety 956 requires that the proponent of the evidence make the summary and data upon which the summary is based available to the other parties for examination and copying in a reasonable time and place. This is to ensure that the parties have adequate opportunity to inspect the material upon which the summary is based, make certain that it is accurate. Have you had that time?
Yes, Your Honor, I had that time.
Then we'll just wait to see whether there's a qualified expert who can lay a proper foundation, and then I'll make a decision on whether it's admitted or not.
Your Honor, this can work.
Yes. All right, we ready for the jury?
One last thing, Your Honor, on all the evidence has been marked, with the exception of course that we talked about, that just ended. The one last one, Judge, stage 198, I got with counsel over the break. That states Exhibit 8P, their bank records of Binderim remodeling, basically for a whole year. We have elected to pull out the month of October and make a hard copy and then attach it to the disc. So at this point in time, we're going to pull off on actually putting that in and marking it just to put that October paper hard copy with the disc. We told counsel that we have no objections, but put that on the record as to why it's not yet.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
For the record, can you put the number of the...
Yes,
court reporter did not hear what the number was.
Yes, sir, that was State's Exhibit 198, and it is on.
All right. Spence, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, bring it in.
Your Honor, a question from the audience, if you want them to stand when the jury hears the audio.
I think that's appropriate. Show the jury respect.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, call your first witness.
And the state will call Christine Wright.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth in this court proceeding, so help you God.
Inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the jury?
My name is Christine Wright.
Ms. Wright, can I have your name, Ms. Wright? Can you tell the jury how you knew a woman named Susan Malden?
Yeah, she lived in my neighbourhood, and once we moved here in 2001, my husband was driving the car, suddenly stopped, saw a gentleman at his mailbox. It happened to be Sue's husband, and John Mauldin and my husband worked together in the UK, so it's a complete coincidence.
So after your husband saw a friend of his from the UK, did you and your husband and Miss Malden and her husband become close friends?
Very much so, yes.
Were you still friends with her when her husband passed away?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember what year her husband passed away?
We passed away in August of 2006.
After her husband passed away, was Miss Malden living alone in her home?
Yes, she was.
Did she have any pets?
She had cats. She had a cat called Tuesday. At the end that died shortly before she did.
So her cat Tuesday passed away in 2019.
Yes.
Were you aware of any family that she had?
She has a cousin in New Zealand.
Besides that cousin, was there any local family or anyone else around?
Nobody local, nobody in the US.
So did her friends kind of become her family?
Absolutely.
In 2019, was Miss Malden dating anyone?
She was not.
Did she have any significant others in her life at all?
No. Just a couple of
But because of her lack of family, were you her power of attorney?
Yes, I was.
And in her will, can you tell the jury who her beneficiaries were?
She nominated 3 charities.
So there were no people that would be benefiting from her death.
No.
I'm going to turn your attention now back to 2019. Were you aware that Miss Malden was having a bathroom remodel done inside her home?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember the name of the contractor she had hired?
Corey.
And so you only knew him as Corey, is that correct?
Tony is Corey.
And do you know how she found Corey to become her contractor?
He actually did some work in her kitchen with her kitchen sink, and then she said she needed the bathroom done, and said he could do it.
So prior to her having the bathroom work done, did she do a full kitchen remodel?
She had a leak, so yes, the kitchen cabinets were all changed. She had new cabinets, and then the sink was then leaking, so we came and fixed it.
And during that time frame, were you regularly visiting her in her home? Were you able to see yourself her guest bathroom that was demoed in early spring of 2019?
Oh, yeah.
From the time of the demo work in the early spring until the time of her disappearance, was any work completed on the bathroom at all?
No.
And have you waited at her house on several occasions to let in her contractor? Can you tell the jury about that?
Sue, if she had an appointment and couldn't be there, she would ask for me to be there to let him in, because she didn't want him to have a key. And then she'd come back from wherever, from an appointment, and say, what happened? It's like, he didn't come.
So on those occasions where you,
Your Honor, you're saying based on the prior motion, Giles, and ask for a standing objection or any statements given by Ms. Malden.
Yes, sir, overruled.
On any of those occasions where you were waiting to let in the contractor, he never showed? I'm going to turn your attention now to September, October timeframe of 2019. At that time, I assume you were still regularly talking to Ms. Malden, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when the subject of her bathroom came up, can you tell the jury what her reaction would be, what her demeanor would be?
She was visibly angry and frustrated and very upset with the whole scenario.
And through the time frame when Corey, the contractor, began his work until October, can you tell the jury different excuses that you were made aware of that the contractor would give when he didn't show up?
He had some equipment stolen. He'd fallen off his truck. He had to get an MRI. He had a bereavement in the family. He had to go out of state and bring back a body. He had to pick the kids up from school. He was going through a nasty divorce. He couldn't make it. And that's about it.
So it's fair to say that he had a number of excuses why he couldn't come do the work. Now, around the October timeframe, are you aware that she wanted and was actively trying to get her money back?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention now to October 24th of 2019. Were you made aware that your friend was missing by other friends and the police?
Yes,
Did you then yourself try to reach her?
I did.
Were you ever able to reach her? And if Ms. Mauldin had planned a trip, would you have been someone she would have let know that she was leaving?
Absolutely, I did.
Would she ever have just left without telling you? Would she ever have missed appointments that she made? And was there anyone else in her life that she was having any issues with in 2019? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cross?
Good morning, Ms. Wright.
Good morning.
Ms. Wright, a year before her disappearance, Ms. Mauldin was using online dating, is that correct?
She did go into the site, yes.
In other words, she wanted to meet people online and she met a few people, but then she stopped doing it. Is that right?
I don't think she ever met anybody. She just looked.
So she was utilizing online dating.
I believe so.
Now, ma'am, you testified to several times where Mr. Binderim was not there. He had basically a meeting with Ms. Malden in the beginning to decide on what work needed to be done. Is that correct? In other words, they had a first meeting.
Sorry?
Yeah. In other words, she told him she wanted the bathroom redone,
She did.
and that was a meeting, right?
Well, I think it was on the back of the fact that he fixed her sink for her after her engine had been remodeled.
She knew him, he did prior work for her, and she met him as far as getting the bathroom redone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he demoed the bathroom, took out the equipment in the bathroom, and that would have been another meeting. Is that correct? In other words,
Well, a meeting had, he went to the house to, and he took out all the sink and the bathroom.
that would have been a second meeting. Now, each time she paid him, that would have been a meeting also. Is that correct? In other words, if the state puts forth checks and they're dated, that would have been another meeting. Pardon me, ma'am?
Yes?
Okay. Can you tell me if Ms. Malden ever told Mr. Binderim that she wanted certain light fixtures, she wanted a certain type of sink, or she wanted a certain type of tub? Pardon me, ma'am?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Did she tell him that she wanted a certain type of cabinets? Did she tell him she wanted a certain type of toilet or hardware on those cabinets?
No, I'm aware.
You're not aware of
I'm not
that?
aware of that.
But those items are the preference of the customer. Do you agree with me with that?
Yes.
And they would need to be told to a contractor for him to complete the work. You agree with me?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect. Ms. Wright, you can stay down, thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Lynn, Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Mr. Hernandez, may Ms. Wright be excused?
Oh, absolutely.
You're excused, ma'am, thank you.
Your Honor, the state would next call Lynn Fugate.
Last name.
Fugate, I'm sorry.
So Ms. Wright can remain in the courtroom?
Your Honor, since she's been excused, she would like to.
To make sure.
Come right here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in this court proceeding, so help you God?
I do.
Remain quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fugate, would you please state your name for the jury?
Lynn Fugate.
And did you know a person named Susan Malden?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you knew Mrs. Malden?
My parents built a house that was right next door to hers, so she was my mother's next door neighbor.
Do you remember about when you met her?
1997, which is when the house was built.
And during the time that you knew her, would you help her when she needed anything from you?
I would if I could. She was a little bit low tech, so I would help her mostly with things like that.
So you would help her with her computer and iPad?
Yes,
In 2019, were you aware that she was having her bathroom remodeled?
yes.
And did you know the name of the contractor?
She had said his name. It didn't really, register at the time, but she had said his name. He was someone that she had met when she had other remodeling done in the house previously.
Does the name Corey ring a bell?
Yes,
Leading up to her disappearance, had you discussed the bathroom remodel with her?
yes.
And when the subject came up, what was Mrs. Malden's demeanor and how did she react?
At first, she was very excited about getting it done, and as time went by, she was getting very frustrated because the work wasn't getting done. Eventually, she got more and more frustrated with it.
Did she share with you how much she had paid him for the work?
She did.
Can you tell the jury how much she had paid for this work to be done?
She told me that she had paid him $12,000.
I'm going to turn your attention now to the Monday, Tuesday timeframe before Mrs. Malden disappeared on that Thursday. Did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what that conversation was?
Yes,
Your Honor, hearsay, prior motion, Giles, standing objection, any statements given by Ms. Malden, who's witness in the case.
Yes, sir. Understood, and based on my prior ruling, I'll overrule the objection. You may continue, Ms. Hanson.
Can you tell the jury what that conversation was?
Yes, she had gone to her house previously to help her with her iPad, and she was telling me that she had given up the fact that he was going to do anything for her, that she was intending to call the police, and she was going to tell him that she was going to call the police.
And on that day, the Monday or Tuesday before she went missing, was that the last time you ever spoke with her?
It was, yes.
I have no further questions.
May I cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Susan.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Now, Ms. Malden actually told you that her payment for the remodeling, before she told you that it was 12,000, she actually told you it was 2,000.
She did, yes. Actually, that was several months before,
Yeah, she told you that it was 2,000.
that it was $2,000, and then she corrected that later and said 12,000.
Okay.
She was embarrassed about the fact that she had paid the money.
She was embarrassed that it was an inaccurate statement on her part, is that correct?
As far as I know, it was inaccurate when she told me the first time.
Now, when she said that she was going to tell Mr. Binderim that she was going to call the police, you were not present during any conversation that took place between Ms. Malden and Mr. Binderim, is that right?
I was not.
You had never met Mr. Binderim, is that
I
right?
had not, but she had talked about him.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. May you read your oath?
Just briefly, besides Mr. Binderim, was there anyone else that Ms. Mauldin complained to you about or told you she was having any sort of issues with?
No.
My final question.
All right, may this witness step down and be excused?
This witness may be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dugan, you're free to go. Next witness, please.
Here is the safety called Joy Strickland.
Come back here.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth in this court proceedings, so help you God?
I did.
She'll go around.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Strickland, could you please tell the jury your name?
Joyce Strickland?
And Ms. Strickland, did you know a woman named Susan Malden?
Yes, I did.
Can you please tell the jury how you knew Mrs. Malden?
We were friends. We were both from England, and we used to go to the English club meetings together. We would go to lunches, prepare meetings, etc.
And about how long had you known her before she was missing?
At least 5 years.
Would you consider her one of your good friends?
Yes.
And how often would you see Ms. Malden back in 2019?
At least twice a month, maybe more than that.
And would you talk to her on a regular basis?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention now to late 2018 and early 2019. Were you aware that Mrs. Malden was having some remodeling done inside her home?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what was the first thing that she had remodeled?
She had a leak in her kitchen, and it was from the dishwasher. So then when they checked that out, it had rotted out the cabinets. And so she had to have the kitchen redone through the insurance company, and Servpro sent cleanup people to clean it. And that's how come she had to have the kitchen remodeled.
And was it your understanding that during that she met Corey Binderim?
Correct.
After her kitchen was completed, did she decide to have more work done?
Yes,
And what was that?
she wanted to get her bathrooms remodeled.
And were you aware of who she hired to do the bathroom remodel?
Yes, she hired Corey Binderim.
And did you ever actually meet Mr. Binderim?
No,
And do you recall about when the bathroom demolition started inside her home?
it was, I think sometime in the spring.
So from the spring through October, were you ever able to go to her home and see the bathroom?
No, because the bathroom was tore out and she couldn't have anybody there. She'd like to have people over and she would have English meetings and stuff, but she wasn't able to do it because she didn't have a bathroom for anybody to use.
So prior to her bathroom being demoed, would she have the English meetings sometimes at her home?
Correct,
And then after the bathroom was unusable, she wasn't able to, is that correct?
correct.
When the subject of the bathroom would come up, what would her reaction be? How did she respond about that?
Well, at first she was very sympathetic because he had supposedly fell off this truck and been in the hospital, and then somebody died and he had to take in somebody's child and things like that, so she was quite sympathetic, but then after that she got frustrated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Objection, hearsay,
Same objection.
motion.
Understood?
Same objection.
Overruled.
And you said after that, then she started getting frustrated?
Yes, she was frustrated because she naturally wanted to get the bathrooms finished.
Now, did she express to you in the fall that she wanted her money back?
Yes,
Did she express she was done, didn't want to work with Mr. Binderim anymore, and just wanted back her money?
correct.
I'm going to turn your attention now to the evening of October 23rd of 2019. Can you tell the jury what was going on in your life around that time?
My husband had got sick in the middle of September, and he had sepsis, and he was very, very ill in St. Vincent's Hospital. So she would call me to check to see how he was. And that particular night, she had messaged me to see how I was doing.
So on that evening, she checked in on you and your husband?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what your phone number was back on October 23rd of 2019?
904-613-9841.
And it was in that evening that she was texting back and forth with you?
Correct.
After that text conversation in the evening of October 23rd, did you ever speak with her or have any other communication with her again?
No.
I have no further questions. Ma'am.
Cross.
Good morning, ma'am. How you doing? Ma'am, y'all would go to British club meetings together, is that correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those were not in a person's home, but at a restaurant, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Mauldin would walk with you to those British club meetings, is that correct?
Yes, we would meet and drive together to wherever we were going to have the meeting or to the restaurant where we had the dinner.
In other words, Miss Mauldin's health was fine, she didn't need a cane to walk to those meetings. So you were-
No, she was in very good health.
You stated that you never met Corey Binderim, is that right?
Right.
So you were not present during any conversation that Ms. Mauldin had with Mr. Binderim, is that correct?
No, I wasn't in, that's correct. I was not there when she had any conversation with him. I never actually saw him or met him.
No further question, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. May this witness be excused and released.
Mr. Hernandez, any objection to excusing her?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, Ms. Strickland, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state can call Justin Weldon.
May inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you take a moment and introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I'm Susan Malden,
Where are you employed, Mr. Mauldin?
preferred physical therapy,
What's your position there?
physical therapist,
How long have you been employed by Preferred Physical Therapy?
25 years.
During your time of employment there, did you see a patient named Susan or Miss Sue Malden?
I did. We saw her in the clinic several times.
When you say several times, do you mean for several different sets of physical therapy or just?
Yes, several different sets of physical therapy.
So she would have one thing treated, not be there for a few months, and then come back and have something else?
Correct.
Had she been referred to Preferred Physical Therapy?
Correct. She was by her physician.
In October of 2019, where was Preferred Physical Therapy located at?
We were located on, in Orange Park on Kingsley Avenue.
And that's in Clay County?
Correct.
In October of 2019, was she actively seeing you as a patient for physical therapy at that time?
She was. She had been attending for several weeks.
What was she seeing for you back in October of 2019?
She was referred to me for neck pain from a neck injury.
When she had seen you in the past, what had she seen you for?
For her shoulder.
Did Ms. Susan Malden have an appointment scheduled with you on October 24th, 2019 at 10 a.m.?
Yes, she did.
Did she appear for that appointment?
She did not.
Did she call and say she wasn't going to make it?
She did not. She was a no-show, no-call.
Has she ever done that before?
Never.
When a patient is a no-call, no-show, what is the procedure for taking note of that?
Typically, we note it in the chart on the first time, and then if it happens for the next appointment, then we attempt to contact them to reschedule them.
In this case, October 24th, 2019, you said that was the first time Ms. Malden had missed?
Yes,
So no one reached out to her that day?
correct. We didn't because a detective showed up, asked if she had showed up for her appointment, and we let him know she didn't, and at that point, he said that there was an open investigation.
Okay. And from that point on, you never saw Ms. Malden again, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross.
Was there a business record about her no-show?
Yes.
Was the time actually 10:30 instead of 10?
I don't recall.
Could be.
I don't recall.
Okay. How many times did she attend for physical therapy?
For this time,
In the past 6 months beforehand?
several weeks.
Several times she appeared?
Correct.
When you have physical therapy for a shoulder, do you use weights in your physical therapy?
Sometimes,
And then isometrics?
sometimes.
Your Honor, I have no other questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Witness, be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
Mr. Malden, thank you. You're free to act. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the statement next called Arvin Pepaj.
Other side.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Will you take a moment and introduce yourself to the jury? Please state your name.
Urban paper. Urban paper.
And sir, where are you employed?
AP Advanced Construction. I'm the owner
How long have you owned that company?
since 2018.
In October of 2019, did your company have a showroom where customers could come and look at your work and examples?
Yes.
On October 19, 2019, did a customer named Sue Malden come in to see about contracting for a bathroom remodel?
Yes. She called and scheduled an appointment to schedule to look at her unfinished work. Explained it.
Or unfinished bathroom?
Unfinished, yes.
Okay. And was that an appointment for you to come out and actually look at?
Yes.
Okay. And was that appointment on October 24th, 2019 at approximately 1 p.m.?
Yes, it was.
On October 24th, 2019, did your company attempt to make contact with Ms. Mauldin via phone?
Yes. She called and left a voicemail. Nobody answered the phone.
When you say she, your receptionist?
That's correct.
Okay. Your receptionist attempted to call Ms. Mauldin?
Yes.
Did you also attempt to call Ms. Mauldin that morning?
Yes. Before my appointment, I called. We have a standard routine to call our clients, and then she didn't answer the phone, but I still decided to go.
When you say you still decided to go, that was to her home in Fleming Island on Harbor Island Drive?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is that in Clay County?
Yes.
When you arrived at the home on Harbor Island Drive, what did you do?
I parked on the street. I didn't park in her driveway. There was no car there. And I went to the door, knocked on the door a couple of times. Nobody answered the phone. Nobody answered the door.
After no one answered the door and you were standing there knocking, what did you decide to do?
I left my business card between the door and the rubber on the door, and then I left. It was probably 2 minutes or a minute or two. That's it.
When you left your card, was there anything else on the door at that time?
Nope, nothing else.
Did you ever go in Miss Mauldin's house?
No, I've never been there. I never met her.
Did you ever hear from her after your attempt to make contact with her via phone and in person?
No, I never heard from her. The only thing I heard from officers when they came to our office.
Did you speak with those detectives?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them what you knew?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, everything.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
No further questions.
Morning, sir, how you doing?
Good morning.
You've owned your company for a number of years, making construction, is that right?
That's correct.
The phone number for that company is 904-337-1473, is that
That's
right?
correct.
That would have been the number that your secretary would have utilized
That's correct.
when she made the call, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you also have her make a call at 12:57 that day? Because you were running a little late.
Yes, she called and still didn't answer the phone. And told me that she's not answering the phone. I was running late because I had another client in the showroom. I decided, I said, you know what, I'm still gonna go. Before I left, I decided to make a call myself, personally.
But your secretary called her at 12:57.
Yes, and left a voicemail, to the best of my knowledge,
Yeah.
you know.
So that call would have showed up on phone records. Should show up on phone records, is that right?
Should show somewhere, yeah.
And the earlier calls should show up on phone records.
That's, yeah, should show.
You talked to the law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You voluntarily gave a DNA swab of your cheek, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And they took that DNA swab, is that right?
Yes,
You left your car at the door, is that right?
yes. Between the rubber and the jam, right, by the door handle.
No further questions.
Your
witness excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Rami Jalak.
I'm right up here, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good, how are you? Be quiet.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you take a moment and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rami Jaluk.
Where are you employed, sir?
I own kitchen design cabinets
How long have you owned kitchen design cabinets?
since 2018.
In October of 2019, then you were the owner?
Yes.
How many people were employed by your company at that time in October of 2019?
Just me and my business partner.
Did you have a showroom in Jacksonville where people could come and look at work or ideas?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that at?
Off San Jose Boulevard, 10210 San Jose.
On October 19th, 2019, did a potential customer named Susan Malden come into your showroom and make contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with her?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were interacting with her, what were you doing with her?
We were looking at tiles for her bathroom.
Did you make an appointment with her to actually go to her house and see the bathroom that she wanted to remodel?
Yes, ma'am, the following Friday.
And the following Friday would have been October 25th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time was that appointment for?
Don't recall.
Just 4 p.m. South, correct?
Roughly.
What was the purpose of making the appointment to actually go to the house and see the bathroom?
To go measure and draw up a design for her to do her bathroom.
On October 25th, 2019, did you travel to Miss Mauldin's house on Harbor Island Drive in Fort Island?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anyone at the house when you arrived there?
There was a car parked on the road.
A car or a truck?
A truck,
What color was the truck?
white.
Was there anyone there with the truck?
I don't recall. It was a gentleman, but like I don't remember his face.
What race was he?
Type 10 white.
Did you go to the door of Miss Mauldin's house?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the doorbell, knocked the door on the doorbell. There was a card, and I left my card on the door.
So there was already another car there.
Yes, ma'am.
No one came to the door for you?
No, ma'am.
Did you leave the card in a similar location as the other card?
Yes.
After you put your card in the door, what did you do?
I called, I think twice, and then I left messages and left.
Did you ever go in their house? Aside from that October 19th, 2019, did you ever see Miss Malden?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear from her after you left your card in the door?
No, ma'am.
A few days later, did detectives make contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell them everything that you knew?
Yes.
All right, this time I have no questions.
Okay, any cross?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How long have you owned your company?
Since 2018.
Okay. And were you working in that trade before 2018?
Yes, sir.
Doing that type of work?
I was designing and selling, yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been doing that type of work?
Since 2016, roughly.
2016. You said part of the reason for going out to her house was to take measurements, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
She didn't have the measurements when she initially was in your
I don't think so.
office. That was part of the reason for going out, right?
Yes, sir.
Whenever a person has a refurbishing of a bathroom, you let them choose if they want new light fixtures or new cabinets, is that correct?
Correct. We'll help them. We have designers on staff now. We help them, different colors and all the selections.
And you have them, if they want to have different shower features on spigots, you let them choose that.
Yes.
You let them choose the paint.
Yes.
But the customer needs to tell you that before you can complete the work, is that correct? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you went out there on the 25th, you saw a gentleman in a white truck, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get a good look at him, is that right?
No, sir.
Only saw him for about 2 seconds, right? The detective later came to you with a photo ID lineup and you couldn't pick anyone out, is that
No,
correct?
sir.
I mean, that's correct.
Yeah, yes, that was correct.
You couldn't pick anyone out?
I couldn't pick anybody out.
All right. Detectives also asked you for a voluntary DNA swab, is that right?
Correct.
And you gave that, is that right?
Yes.
Is that correct? And they took the DNA swab. All right. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Need to redirect.
No, no.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones, you're free to go. Sit down. All right, your next witness.
The same called Phyllis Yates, and you're, I just see if it's, PowerPoint president.
He's good. Yeah.
The shades.
Yes, I do.
Any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Yates, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Phyllis Yates,
And where are you employed, ma'am?
Watson Realty.
And is that where you were working back in 2019?
Yes,
Did you know a person named Susan Malden?
yes.
Can you please tell the jury how you knew Ms. Malden?
She had gotten hired with me at Watson in 2006, December, and we become instant friends, and that's how I got to know her.
And was she one of your really good friends?
Yes, close friend.
How often would you see Ms. Malden back in 2019?
Well, in 2019, probably at least once a week, we had a standing lunch date at her house on Wednesdays. So every week I definitely seen her.
And if for some reason you or her were busy on Wednesday, would you still see each other for lunch another day after?
Yes, we would pick another time.
Would you talk on a regular basis?
Yes,
And would you share and she share her life and stories with you?
absolutely, yes.
So did you know basically everything that was going on in her life?
Yes,
In fact, did you and your husband have a key to her home?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what your husband's name is?
Daniel Ray Yates.
What type of work did he do?
He did repair painting, he was a professional painter and a repair.
At times would he help Miss Malden with little things that she needed inside her home?
Yes, all the time.
And when you met Miss Malden, was she already a widow?
Yes,
And did she live alone in her home besides some pets?
yes,
In fact, then towards the end of 2019, was she completely alone in her home?
yes,
Had her cat passed away?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what her cat's name was?
Can you think of it now?
Was her cat's name Tuesday?
Yes, Tuesday, I don't know why I forget that, but yes, Tuesday.
Did you know of any family that she had?
No,
Was there any local family?
no.
I'm going to turn your attention now back to early 2019. Were you aware of any work that Ms. Malden was having done in her home?
Yes, she was having renovation of her two bathrooms.
Before her bathroom work, has she also had her kitchen redone?
Yes,
And has she hired a contractor to do that work
yes.
on her bathrooms?
Did she hire a contractor?
For her bathrooms?
Yes,
And did you ever actually meet this contractor?
no.
Are you aware of what his name was?
At first, no, but then I learned what it was.
Did you learn his name to be Corey Binderim?
Yes,
And are you aware of how much money she paid Mr. Binderim?
yes, $12,000.
During your visits to her home in the early spring, were you able to observe her bathroom?
Yes,
And what work had been done on her guest bathroom?
it had been, everything was tore out of it except for the commode was still there.
Okay, you're going to permission to publish some photos that are entered into evidence?
You may.
Ms. Yates, if you can look at your screen right in front of you, I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2. Is
Ladies and
this
gentlemen, you can see the photos on your screens as well. You can, very good.
a photo of the front of Ms. Malden's home?
Yes,
And was this on Harbor Island Drive in Clay County?
yes,
Now, I'm showing you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 3. Is this a picture of her garage door?
yes,
And skip that. Showing you State's Exhibit 36. Is this the guest bathroom that you were speaking of that was having remodeling work done?
yes,
And is that where her sink should have been?
yes,
And this is what it looked like from early spring until October?
yes,
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 37. Is this also inside her guest bathroom?
yes,
And is that an accurate photo of her floor with no tile and no flooring?
yes,
Showing you State's 48. Is this where her bathtub shower should have been?
yes,
And is this also what it looked like in early spring until October?
yes,
Showing you State's 44. Is this another photo of where her shower should have been?
yes,
Showing you State's 45. Is this also an area of her shower?
yes.
And then I'm going to go back to the beginning. Thank you, ma'am. Over time, as time passed to September and October, and her bathroom still looked that way, was Miss Mauldin getting more and more frustrated that work was not being done?
Yes,
And did Miss Mauldin express to you that she wanted her money back?
yes,
Was she actively trying to find new contractors to do the work?
yes,
So was she completely done with Mr. Binderim and didn't want to do work with him anymore?
yes,
Was it your understanding, though, that she needed her money back in order to hire these new contractors?
yes,
Around September of 2019, were you aware that the defendant attempted to give Ms. Malden a personal check?
yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
He came to her house that
Objection,
day.
Your Honor. You're saying stated objection on child's case, previous motion, sir.
Yes, sir, and based on our previous rulings, it will be overruled. Thank you. You may continue.
Can you tell the jury about the time when, in September, when the defendant tried to give Ms. Malden a personal check?
Yes, she shared that with me.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me he brought her a personal check, and she said, I will not take that. I want a certified bank check.
And that was in September, correct? I'm going to turn your attention now to Wednesday, October 23rd of 2019. Was that the last day that you ever saw Mrs. Malden?
Yes,
And why were you seeing her that day?
for a stand-in lunch that we always had.
Had you gone to her home?
Yes,
During this lunch, did Ms. Malden tell you about a conversation she had had with Corey Binderim that morning?
yes, she did. She shared with me when I got there, I could tell she was angry, upset. And she shared with me that he was supposed to be there that day, that he called her that morning around 7:30 and said that he was in court in St. Augustine, that he wasn't going to be able to make it. And she said, I told him if he doesn't show up today with my money, I'm getting the police and an attorney involved.
And what was your reaction to
I
that?
said, Sue, why would you do that? Why would you say that?
So that concerned you a bit?
Yes,
When you left her house that day, did you ever speak with her again?
no,
I'm going to turn your attention now to October 24th and 25th. Did you reach out and try to get Mrs. Malden like you normally would do?
yes, I tried several times. on that day, on Thursday, to reach her. I kept calling and calling, couldn't get her to answer, but she had told me as soon as he gave her her money back, she was going to go and hire the other contractors. So I kept trying to call her and then couldn't reach her that day. So then, the next day then, on Friday, I told my husband, I'm gonna go, if I can't reach Sue this morning, I'm gonna go down to her house because, maybe she's sick or something, and then I couldn't reach her, because it was very uncommon for her not to answer her phone. So I went to her home. I went from my office that morning around 11 or so, down to her house.
And now that was on October 25th, on Friday?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And I went down there and I tried to get the front door, her to answer, and nothing. And then I looked, I took a step stool from the office so that I could look in her garage, because she just got a brand new vehicle. And so I got that out, I went over and I looked in, and her new car was in there.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can you please take a look at State's Exhibit 29? Is this Ms. Malden's car in her garage?
Yes.
And when you used your step stool, were you able to see through those windows that her car was in the garage?
Yes.
Did you also go around back to look inside?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
When I went through the gate, I looked in the kitchen window, kitchen window, and I could just see it was light, like a light was on or something there, but I couldn't see her. Normally, she would be sitting there sipping her tea. And so then I went on around to the back of the one down and tried to look through the patio window, but I couldn't see anything. The drapes were pulled open a little bit, but I couldn't see anything. And then I came on back out of the yard, and I had Dan on the phone with me because I was nervous, just checking. And so then I told him I'm going to hang up and I'm going to talk to both neighbors at that
Okay.
point.
Now, after you couldn't find her, did you end up going home and sending your husband to go back to her
Yes,
house?
I went back to work and I had called Dan, talked to him on my way back, and I said, I can't see Sue or nothing. I can't get in her house. And he said, well, Phil, I'll go over there in just a little bit and check on her. He said, I'll bring the key and I'll go check. And he said, and at that point, I'll call you and let you know if we need non-emergency or emergency.
Now, did you end up hearing from your husband, Mr. Yates, after he looked around her home?
Yes,
And did you then contact the police?
yes.
At that time in Ms. Malden's life, was there anyone else that she was having any sort of issues with besides Corey Binderim?
No,
Was she, in the whole year of 2019, was there anyone that she was dating or any significant others in her life?
no.
I have any further questions, Jim?
Cross.
Good morning, Ms. Yates. Ma'am, you stated that y'all were good friends and y'all shared life and stories and experiences together. Is that correct?
Correct.
She shared with you earlier, a couple of years earlier, that she had met a homeless veteran at Applebee's and actually given her phone number to them. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you advised her against that.
yes.
And you told her that was kind of reckless.
Yeah, I told her that's not something to do.
Okay. And then he contacted her, did he not?
I believe he did. I never met him.
Yeah. He contacted her and they got together. Is that right?
I never seen him, she mentioned him, so.
She told you that she had some pain pills in her house and he wanted some of her pain pills.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
And you told her, well, it's good that you got rid of them. Is that right?
I don't know what I said to her at the time. I can't remember.
And did you want her hanging around a homeless person?
No, it was good
She
she,
wanted pain pills?
no, I told her it's good that you ditch him, get rid of him.
Okay. You didn't approve of her giving out her phone number and then getting together behind you.
No,
All right. You never met my client, Corey Binderim, right?
no,
So you were not present during any discussions with Corey Binderim and Ms. Malden, is that correct?
I was not.
Okay, your phone number at Watson Realty, what was it back in October of 2019?
264-9526, 904.
So if your phone number doesn't appear on Ms. Malden's phone bill until October 25th, could you be mistaken about calling her on October 24th?
No, I kept trying to call her.
Okay.
And I maybe used my cell phone,
Okay, and what was that phone number?
904-521-5333.
And if that phone number wasn't on October 25th, but on October 24th, but it was on October 25th, could you have been mistaken about calling on October
No,
25th?
I kept trying to call.
Okay, but the phone bill would dictate the actions of the phone numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Binderim.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Yates, the defense just mentioned someone that she had contact with, but that was a few years
Oh,
before
yeah.
2019,
Yeah,
right?
pretty many years. I can't even remember exactly when it was, but I remember her telling me all about it.
Okay. And in 2019, she was single, not dating anyone, no one at all involved in her life.
No one whatsoever.
I have no further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, she may be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, you're very good, thank you. Next witness?
Your Honor, the state is called Daniel Yates. Raise your right hand. Your Honor, Mr. Yates also has some hearing issues.
Just a minute, I can't hear. Got him up as high as I can hold him.
Yes, sir.
Swear to tell the truth in the court proceedings, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, sir, you should have a seat over in the witness chair, right over to my right. Sure. Would it help to have another hearing device, Mr. Yates?
No, I had problems sounding work, hearing the word.
Okay.
If it sounds okay, I hear the sound, but the word is
Yes, sir. Let us know if you have some trouble hearing, or and we'll see if you can remedy that, okay? Very good. Ms. Hazel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yates, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
my
Can you
name is
please-
Daniel Yates.
And did you know a person named Susan Malden?
What's that?
Did you know a person named Susan Malden?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you knew Miss Malden?
She was my wife's, one of her best friends.
And do you know about how long you knew Miss Malden?
I think we knew her since 2006.
Would you and your wife frequently spend time together with Miss Malden?
Say it again?
Would you frequently spend time together with Miss Malden back in 2019?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time with her.
And were you aware that she was having work done on her home?
Yes.
And sometimes when Miss Malden needed help, would you also help her with little things in her home?
I did small repairs for her.
Can you tell the jury some examples of things that you would do to help Miss Malden?
Like the refrigerator filter, she'd asked me to replace that. And she wanted a little bit of painting done or something like that. I would do that for her.
So you would be inside of her home from time to time, is that correct?
Right.
Now, I'm going to ask you about the bathroom remodel she was having done. Did you see her bathroom completely demoed in the early spring?
Through the summer,
when I was over there, but I seen where she had work done in there, and the only thing I seen was the baseboards laying there off the wall.
So the only thing left was a little piece of baseboard. All the other demo materials were gone from that bathroom, is that correct?
Right, the sink and the tub and the shower was all going out of there.
And all the drywall and all the flooring, that was all gone?
The drywall around where the tub was out.
Okay.
The rest of the walls was okay.
And then all the flooring was also gone, is that correct?
That's right.
I'm going to turn your attention now to October 24th of 2019. Was your wife attempting to locate Miss Mauldin on that day?
Right, yes.
And she couldn't get her?
No, she couldn't. She called her quite a few times that day.
Overruled.
Were you around when she was trying to call and get in contact with Miss Mauldin?
In the evening when she got home, she tried to call her.
Now, the next day, on October 25th, did your wife ask you to go over to Miss Mauldin's house to check on her?
When she went to work that morning, she said she was gonna try to get a hold of her again.
And then when she couldn't get up with her, did she send you over with the key?
Yes, she called me around 11:30 that day and asked me if I would bring the key and come over and check in the house because she couldn't get in the house.
Can you tell the jury about what happened when you got to her home?
When I got to her home, pardon me, I went to the door and unlocked the door and called out her name. She didn't answer.
Now, can you look at that screen right in front of you? I'm going to show you some photos, okay? The screen right in front of you, right there. Okay. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2. Is this Miss Mauldin's home where you went on October 25th? And is that can you see the front door? Is that the door that you tried to go into?
Right.
When you got to the door, did you notice any cards in the door?
Yes, there was about 3 or 4 of them.
Okay, cards were in the door?
Right.
What did you do with those cards?
I took them out of the slid inside of the door, and I just pulled them out and unlocked the door, and then I went in and laid the cards down on the table right beside the door.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 6. Are those the cards that you laid on the table?
Yeah, well, they're just little billfold cards, like business cards.
Little business cards, okay. And you think those might be the cards?
What?
Do those look like the cards that you laid on the table? That's where you laid them, right?
Yeah, I laid one in my corner there, and there was a blue one, or kind of a greenish blue, and a orange one, and maybe a kind of off-white gray or something like that.
Okay. And that's where you put them on that table?
Yes, I put them on that.
Okay. When you first got in the home, did you immediately notice anything unusual?
Yes, when I first opened the door, I noticed the TV in the living room was on, and the news was on then.
And I'm showing you States 7. Is this a photo of the living room as you would see it when you first entered the door?
Yes, a few things moved, but because I could see the TV fairly decent, and the TV is behind that, kind of like behind the chair there, but I could see the screen when I walked in.
Showing you States Exhibit 11. Is that the TV you're discussing right there on the left by the fireplace?
Yes, that's it.
Now, was there also a light on that you thought was unusual?
What's that?
Was there also a light on that you thought was unusual?
Yes, when I approached out of the foyer into the living room, off to my right, the kitchen was, and I noticed the light was on above the kitchen table, and she never had that on.
So she would never turn that light on?
Well, through the day, there was a big window right there above the kitchen table. It was probably about 4 foot or 5 foot, and there's plenty of light to get in that kitchen, and I never seen her have that light on.
And based on your knowledge, would she ever leave the home and leave her television on?
No, there were times when I would be there working and if she was watching the news, she'd get up and shut it off and go outside or something like that. She never did leave it on and just let it go there.
Now, was her vehicle or her new car, was it still in the garage when you got there?
Yes,
And did you look in throughout her entire house?
yes, I walked through the house.
And was she anywhere to be found?
No, I didn't see her. I called out her name quite a few times.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention to a photograph here, states 25. Did you go in her master bathroom to look for her as well?
Yes, I went in there looking for her.
Did you see states exhibit 27, the rag with the water still in the sink?
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed when I opened the door, pushed it open, and I noticed that it had about half a water, or half a sink full of water, and a cloth down in the bottom.
And did you find that unusual?
Yes, because the two things I noticed were that, and then the cloudiness on the mirror. That's the first things I noticed when I walked in there.
Did you then contact your wife and have her contact the police?
Yes, after I come out of the house, after walking through the house, I went out, and then I went around to the back of the house, and then I called it in that, called a non-emergency, and see if there was an officer would come out and check it out some more, because it just didn't look right.
I have no further questions.
Lee Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Gay.
Good morning.
You had a key to the home, is that correct?
Sorry?
Yes, I'll speak up, sir. You had a key to her home, is that correct?
Yes.
Whenever you went to the home, well, first off, do y'all have a landline phone at your residence?
Landline?
Yes.
No, we don't have a landline, just our cell phones.
Okay, so when your wife, when you said she called on the 24th, that was on her cell phone, is that right?
Yeah, she was there, I guess, that around 11:30, I guess, and she couldn't find her. And that's when she called me, 11:30.
That was on the 25th, though, that she called you, is that right, that Friday?
That Friday afternoon, or,
But if she would have called on the 24th, that evening, she would have used her cell phone, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, when you went to go in the house, did you have to play with or undo the chain?
yes, when I started to open the door, and it happened to me other times when she wasn't there. I put that chain on there months ago, before that happened. I put it on wrong, and she said, oh, just let it go, it's just so I can hook it up. I could get my arm in there and get in there and pull the door tight and slide that chain off. I did it a number of times because it was just between me and her that knew it. So she said that was okay, it's no problem.
So you used the key and then you put your arm through and then did the check, is that right?
Yeah, slid the chain off.
When you said initially that there were 3 to 4 business cards in the door,
Right.
remember saying that?
What?
Remember saying there were 3 to 4 business cards in the door?
Yeah, there's at least 3, I know for sure.
All right, sir. Did the evidence technicians or crime scene investigators have you go through the house and to the best of your ability, did you look to see if anything was missing?
Yes, I went through the house and they asked me questions about what I seen and stuff like that. And
You
nothing-
thought her laptop was missing, didn't you, sir?
When I walked in where she called her office, a little office there, when I stepped into that office, that's the first thing that caught my eye was it was like the back of the laptop like that thing there. But it was a kind of a brownish looking.
And was the laptop missing?
No,
It was not.
no, it looked like a laptop sitting there.
Okay. Did you find anything missing?
Anything missing?
Yes, that you were able to.
Not as I noticed.
Okay, all right, real fine. All right, any other questions, John?
Yes, sir. Any regard?
Yeah,
All right, may this witness speak, Suze?
yes, sure.
All right, Mr. Gates, you can free to step down and go. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we approach briefly just on scheduling matter before we leave.
Do we need a court?
That's your
Court order? Making good time, I'm told, by the lawyers. First, before I forget, Miss Layton, I saw you leaning over to watch the stream. Obviously, you don't have a screen in front of you. Are you able to see okay, or there may be a way that we could...
Better to see that screen.
Well, that's why I had it up too, because I don't have a monitor. I'm happy to bring in the jury and keep working, and y'all consider how you want to handle this, maybe address it at the end of the day, or you want to address it now with him.
Your Honor, our position would be let's keep going, since we have witnesses here, and then at the end of our last witness, after witness number 13, we could bring them in and they require.
Any objection to that, Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Karate?
No, Your Honor.
I think that's a good idea. Let's just keep rolling, and we'll address that issue at the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, bring them in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch and are ready to continue to work. State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, Detective Ryan Lunsford.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in this court proceeding, so help you God?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Will you introduce yourself to our jury?
I'm Detective Ryan Lunsford,
Where are you employed, sir?
Clay County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been Clay County Sheriff?
Approximately 20 years.
Now, what is your title as you sit here now, sir?
I'm a detective with the Financial Crimes Unit.
And how long have you been in the financial crimes unit?
About a year and a half now.
Prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was a patrol deputy.
How long were you assigned to the patrol division?
Off and on for maybe 15 years.
Now, directing your attention, Detective Lunsford, back to October of 2019, were you a patrol deputy at that time?
Yes, I was.
Can you give the jury an idea of just general duties of a patrol deputy?
Answer calls for service coming through our dispatch center, property checks, things of that nature.
And is one of those responsibilities also being assigned initially to a potential missing person?
Yes, sir.
Now, directing your attention specifically to October 25, 2019, were you working that day first, sir?
Yes, I was.
Were you in your patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Will you describe your uniform as different than what you have on today?
It is. It's the standard green uniform of the Sheriff's Office with the patches and
Were you doing routine deputy duties on that day, sir?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a specific call in relation to the case you're here to testify about today on October 25th, 2019?
I did.
Did you get a call for service?
I did.
And would you just give us the general nature of that initial dispatch, please?
There's a friend that called in our dispatch center that had seen one of their friends for quite some time. And they wanted to share some story.
All right. And would you later learn that the person who was missing is a lady named Susan Malden, M-A-U-L-D-I-N?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond initially to Miss Malden's residence?
I did.
Can you give the jury an idea where that's located, please?
It's on Highway 17, just off of the neighborhood of Harbor Island. Our house is just turned back in the neighborhood and grass on the right side.
All right, and to orient our jury, when you say turn left, let's first start from Highway 17. If you're headed north of Greencoat Springs back towards Jacksonville, you should turn left on that street.
Yes.
And when you drive down the street from Highway 17, about how far down, approximately?
Maybe about a mile.
Once you turn into that street in the neighborhood, does she live on that particular street?
Yes, she does.
Yes, sir. Is that in Clay County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
Is that within your jurisdiction and control?
It was.
Can you give our jury just a general idea of that particular neighborhood, the single-family dwellings, if you can describe it for us?
Yeah, it's typically single-family dwellings. It's on the larger side of neighborhoods. In the Flint Island areas, there's natural homes in the area.
Now, I think you mentioned it, will you, for our record, give us the exact address for Susan Malden?
1872 Carlisle Drive.
Is that technically in Fleming Island?
Yes, the zip code of the phone.
Now, did you arrive at that residence on October 25, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Initially, were you by yourself?
I was.
Did you initially make contact with a friend of Susan Malden by the name of Phyllis Yates?
I did.
Was her husband there yet at that time?
Lisa Lamar.
All right. At a point in time after initially responding to this residence, did a sergeant, your particular sergeant, also arrive on the scene?
He did.
You go ahead and identify him.
That started Mark Table.
Is he your direct supervisor?
Yes, sir, he was.
Now, when you arrived there initially, did you in fact speak with Miss Phyllis Yates?
Yes.
Or did you talk to her?
Yes.
Did she just testify this morning, but just in general, did she give you the indication that she was unable to reach Ms. Malden?
Yes, she did.
Were you the first law enforcement officer contacted and assigned to this particular missing persons case, Ms. Malden?
I was.
And when you first spoke to Ms. Malden, is that when you contacted your sergeant to have him respond, or a little bit later?
A little bit later.
Once you spoke to Ms. Yates, would you give us an idea sort of what your initial responsibility would be at that point? You have a missing woman reported by a friend. What was your first thing that you did, sir?
Just gathered details of when she was last seen, when she was last spoken to, any contact information from her family.
Okay. And did Ms. Yates give you any indication that Ms. Malden was having any kind of dispute, altercation, anything along those lines?
Objection, you're saying?
Stay.
I'll rephrase it. After speaking to Ms. Malden, what, if anything, did you do with respect first to the residence? Sure. After you spoke to Ms. Malden, did you make any attempt to move or go to the residence?
Yes, we did.
Okay, tell us how.
Ms. Yates had a key. She was a close friend. So she had
All right. And was her husband, Daniel Yates, there yet?
I believe so, he was.
Okay. And did they give you an indication as to whether or not they had already been in the house?
I believe they said they had checked the residence, and they did not find her, so they got into the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you make initial efforts yourself and use that key and go into the residence?
Yes.
Now, I asked you first, take a look at your monitor. I think it'll come up in front of you. I want to show you what's been marked first. It states exhibit number 2. Do you see that exhibit, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the residence of Miss Susan Malden?
Yes.
Is that the residence you previously described on Harbor Island Drive, 1872?
Yes, it is.
By the time that you went into this residence using the key, had Sergeant Tate arrived?
Yes, he did.
Did he go into the residence with you?
He did.
Will you give the jury an idea of what you do in a response like this, a missing persons case? What are you looking for inside this residence?
Any signs of, like I said, the person themselves, that they've been injured for any reason outside of the residence, any signs that they travel the country. So that's just standard procedure, we check the residence, that's the first place.
All right. And did you walk in every single room inside this residence?
Yes, I did.
You look at the garage?
Yes.
You walk the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
All the way around to the backside?
Yes.
Notice any broken windows?
No.
Notice anything out of the ordinary or suspicious upon your initial review?
No.
Did you notice any furniture turned over, any lamps broken, anything along those lines?
No.
Did you see any sign whatsoever in this residence of Susan Malden?
No, I did not.
Did it appear to have been recently lived in as if somebody had just been?
Yes, I did.
Show you a couple more photos so to give the jury an idea of the residence, sir. State's Exhibit 3, is that the driveway of Miss Mauldin?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 4, is that her front door?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 5, is that the initial interior foyer of when you walk into her residence?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 6, is that sort of the desk as soon as you walk in her front door?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 7, is that a sort of a visual of her living room area?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 8, is that a different angle from the same living room?
Yes, it is.
Again, looking at State's Exhibit 8, anything out of place that you could point out to?
Not at all.
Anything broken?
No.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 9, is that a picture now looking back towards maybe the front area of the house?
Yes.
Another view of the interior of the residence?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 11, do we see, again, another visual of her living room?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 12, living room, is that the living room from a different angle?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 13, what do we see there, sir?
It's their dining room, the dining room table.
Anything in the dining room unusual, out of place to you in any way whatsoever? State's Exhibit 14, is that a photograph leading into the kitchen?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 15, is that her kitchen?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary, anything that you felt was out of place or suspicious to you when you walked through the residence?
No.
State's Exhibit 16, is that a different angle of the kitchen?
Yes.
Well-kept kitchen, do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
Everything's in its place, appears to you, sir?
Yes.
And how about State 17, a different angle of her sink area in the kitchen?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 18, is that her kitchen table?
It is.
State's Exhibit 19, another angle inside her kitchen?
Yes.
That was a little blurry, but State's 20, does that appear to be the door leading into a bedroom?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the bedroom of Miss Malden?
It does.
And that's State's 21, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir. And State's 22, does that appear to be a bed, sir? And State's 22 inside that same bedroom?
Yes, it does.
And is that bed made up or unmade?
Unmade.
Appeared to be recently slept into you, sir?
Yes.
State's 23, does that appear to be looking back at the front door to her bedroom?
Yes, it does.
State's, that was State's 23. State's 24, does that appear to be a different angle inside of her bedroom?
Yes, it is.
TV appear to be off?
Yes.
And State's 25, is that her bathroom?
It is.
State's 26, is that a different view of her bathroom?
Yes.
Everything appear to be in place there?
Yes.
Routine items on the countertop there, sir?
Yes.
Included, do you see a towel?
I do.
A hairbrush?
Yes.
Various other items?
Yes.
Anything unkempt on the floor? Look for any blood spatter? Anything along? See anything like that, sir?
No, I do not.
Stage 27. Does that appear to be her bathroom sink?
Yes, it does.
Do we see what appears to be a wet cloth in the sink of that bathroom?
I do.
Anything unusual about that to you?
Not at the time.
Sir? Stakes 28, is that a close-up of the washcloth?
Yes.
Appear to be wet in that sink? A
Yes.
little bit of water in the bottom of that sink?
There is.
Yes, sir. And does this appear to be her garage at stakes 29?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle in that garage?
Yes, a red SUV.
Does it appear to be fairly new?
Yes.
Any windows broken, anything unusual with respect to her car or anywhere in her garage?
No.
And her garage appears to be securely closed?
Yes, it was.
Stakes 30, do we see a different angle of the garage?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Stakes 31, a little bit different angle of the garage?
Yes.
Things stacked up appropriately as you would expect to find in a garage, sir?
Yes.
Stakes 32, is that a different area inside the house, what appears to be an office?
Yes, sir.
Stakes 33, is that sort of a photograph of her desk in that particular office?
It is.
Inside that residence?
Yes.
And now what do we start seeing in stakes 34?
This is the bathroom that was being removed.
And do we see a change in the type of flooring in this particular bathroom?
Yes.
Does it appear that it's been removed?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear this bathroom is under construction to you?
Yes, it did.
Or under some type of remodeling to you?
Yes.
And is that stakes 35, is that also a different angle of that particular bathroom?
It is.
And stakes 36, does that appear to be the vanity, the sink area that's been removed from that bathroom?
It is.
Stakes 37, again, a different angle of that particular bathroom, sir?
Yes.
And stakes 38, is that looking back towards the doorway into the bathroom, looking out?
Yes, it is.
Again, the flooring, do we see all throughout the bathroom, all the flooring has been removed?
Yes.
And in stakes 40, do we see the initial angle of what appears to be where the shower would have been?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to be construction there as well?
Yes.
Stakes 41, do we also see construction from a different angle of the shower?
Yes.
Stakes 42, does that also appear to be where the tub, shower, that particular portion of the bathroom would be?
Yes.
So you see some plumbing in the bottom right-hand corner of stakes 42?
Yes.
Does it appear to you that anything is being installed on that day? Any tools laying around? Any debris laying around? Anything like that?
No, I didn't say.
In any of these photographs?
No.
Stage 43, do we see a different angle of where the shower would be, sir?
Yes.
Stage 44, just a different angle of the same area?
Yes.
Stage 45, is that where maybe the water would be flowing into a bathtub originally?
It is.
Yes, sir. And stage 46, do we see that same bathroom looking out from where the shower would be?
Yes, it is.
Thanks, sir. Now, when you conducted your walkthrough of this residence, sir, with Sergeant Tate, was it just you two?
Yes, it was.
And did you and or your sergeant, after conducting this walkthrough of the residence, either one of you know anything of concern?
No, no.
I think I've asked, but just to make sure our record's clear, did you see anything, forget the house, did you see anything other than the rooms, or other than furniture, or other than flooring that gave you any indication there was any sign of a struggle to your naked eye? Anything at all?
No, I did not.
Now, after completing your walkthrough with Sergeant Tate, what was the next step in your investigation? Did you branch out and start talking to neighbors? Tell us what you would have done next.
So we do a neighborhood canvas, speak to them to see if there's any information they can provide to me.
All right. And without getting into what anybody told you, any luck finding her once you contacted any neighbors in the area?
Not at that time.
And when you get the jury in this initial canvas, what particular houses, in other words, how far you went down the street, or you just contacted the houses around?
It's the immediate houses around here to each side, and then 3 or 4 on the opposite side of the street, that kind of face the direction of the house.
Okay. Did Sergeant Tate conduct that with you?
He was at his vehicle while I was doing the canvas.
Now, on that particular day, October 25th, 2019, was that the very first phase, the beginning phase, if you would, of a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
Were you the lead officer, deputy assigned to that case at that time?
Yes, I was.
Was that your responsibility moving forward, if and until it was assigned to the homicide?
Yes, it was.
And approximately, if you would, how many days do you think that investigation initially was resting as your responsibility?
We worked through the weekend, so Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yes, so for about 3 days, you conducted some other activities?
Yes.
Were you reporting back to Sergeant Tate as you were conducting the activities you're about to talk about?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do to check on Miss Mauldin to see if she had been in a hospital or had been hurt medically, anything like that? Did you start your investigation with that kind of check?
Yeah, we called hospitals, their intake, to see if she'd been listed as a patient, and we contacted the County Fire Rescue to see if she could be transported.
Okay. And you're able to do that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you find any indication that she'd either been transported by rescue, by ambulance, to any local hospital, any nearby hospital, in any way whatsoever?
No, I did not.
Did you make any efforts to check and see if her phone was having any activity in it? If so, explain that to me.
Yes, after approval from my sergeant, we had the phone pinged to see if there was any location or if it wasn't used.
And when you say you have her phone pinged, like what technically are you doing when you do that?
It's just general to see if she's, the location services are on, what the phone is on itself.
And is the sheriff's office able to do that by contacting your phone number?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
Did you get the number from one of her friends like Miss Yates?
Yes, I did.
Did you do that during the 3 days that you initially had this investigation?
Yeah, I did.
Did you at any point in time, in checking her phone, find that there was activity on that phone, movement on that phone, anything of that nature?
No, I didn't turn it off.
Is that what your investigation showed you that it turned off?
Yes.
And that's just a cell pinging investigation?
Yes, sir.
The investigation portion? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any time during the 3 days when you were checking your phone, had it ever been turned back on?
Not that we found.
Now, what if anything was issued by the sheriff's office, like bulletins, anything of that nature?
We issued an attempt to contact bulletin.
And what is an attempt to contact bulletin?
It's a bulletin we issue to surrounding agencies that if someone comes in contact with the person we're looking for, they would contact us to follow up with that individual.
Okay, so for example, if attempt to contact bulletin was issued for a citizen and they got pulled over in another county, would you be notified?
Yes, we do.
Like for a ticket? Yes. All right. If they had any contact with police and police ran their name, they would notify the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they would.
All right. And during the 3 days that you had issued this attempt to contact bulletin, did you receive any received calls from any other agency saying that she'd been located?
No, we did not.
None whatsoever. Now, will you tell our jury just in general what is required for you to even have the ability to issue that attempt to contact bulletin? What's required for you to do that?
So if it's a missing persons, if it's an adult, if there's no extenuating circumstances that would require them to leave, things like that.
Now, other than the things that you described, sir, does that complete all the investigative work that you did on that first day, October 25, 2019?
Yes, it is.
And I think you said you worked the second day, the third day in this case. Let's move to October 26, 2019. Was that a Saturday?
Yes, it was.
Did you go back to Miss Mauldin's residence on that day?
I did.
Did you actually go onto her property and look around that particular day?
I did.
Tell the jury what you did and what you found on day 2.
I checked the garage, the front door, and the rear of the residence to make sure that's what I left it to do.
And was it?
It was.
All the doors locked?
All doors were locked.
Was there anything at all that you noticed from being here the previous day that looked different on day 2?
No.
Now, on day 2, did you do what's called an expanded canvas? And if so, first explain that to me.
Yes, I did. It's just going through, instead of the initial 3 or 4 houses we did on the initial canvas, expanded out to a lot larger area. So expand further down the street or other neighborhoods in that extra neighborhood.
All right. Any luck in locating Miss Mauldin in any manner whatsoever after that expanded canvas? Did you notice on day 2 anything different, like even slight, her car had been moved, or was a little bit in a different location within the garage, anything?
No.
Now, at some point in time during your first couple days, did you determine that Miss Mauldin was back from England?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did that prompt you to do in the investigation?
Reached out to airports, actually on international airport to see if she'd flown, traveled over to that area.
Okay. Were you able to successfully find out whether she'd been traveling to any of our airports?
No, I'm not sure who I spoke to, but they didn't tell me if she'd flown at that time.
Would that take efforts to the Homeland Security Department?
Yes.
Did you determine at that point that was a dead end check of the airports as well?
Yes.
Now, after speaking with Ms. Yates, did you get a name, even if it was a partial name, of the person she was having a dispute with regarding the contract or work at the house?
She mentioned the first name.
The
I will praise it.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you learn from Ms. Yates with respect to who she was having a dispute with?
objection hearsay.
Did you get a name from Ms. Yates with respect to who she was having a dispute with?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you take that name and share it with fellow deputies?
I did.
And what did you learn after sharing that with fellow deputies?
A fellow deputy knew a gentleman by that first name that was a contractor.
All right. Did you do run databases, check for names in your systems with respect to the name that was provided?
Yes.
That originated from Ms. Yates?
Yes.
All right. And what did that prompt you to do once you learned that particular name? What did you do with that name?
I wanted to talk to that individual.
All right. And how were you able to locate that particular individual?
Through our search, we were able to find the address here in Fluid Island with the same individual's name.
All right. Was that person that's house you went to named Corey Binderim?
Yes, it was.
And did this Corey Binderim, did he live here in Clay County?
He did.
Did he live here just north of Green Coast Spring?
Yes.
Does he live in the Margaret's Walk neighborhood?
Yes.
Did you go there that Saturday?
I did.
Were you with your sergeant, the same that you described before, Sergeant Tate?
Yes.
And what was your intention of going to his house initially as part of your investigation on day 2?
Just to talk to him, see and confirm he was the contractor that was using this model.
Now, will you give us an idea, when you went to his house, if you can, the best estimate, was this in the daylight hours?
Yes, it was.
Were you and your sergeant, was it just the two of you? Was it several police officers, several patrol vehicles? Tell us who went there.
It was just me and my sergeant.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, we
Were
were.
you in your patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Did you park in front of his house?
Yes, we did.
Did you walk up and knock on the door?
Yes.
All right, tell us about that initial encounter. You walk up with your sergeant, tell the jury what happened.
Walked the door, we knocked. Mr. Binderim came to the front door and we spoke in the driveway.
All right. Did Mr. Binderim come outside to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he agree to do so?
Yes, he did.
This particular individual, Corey Binderim, you see him in the courtroom today.
Yes, I did.
You identified him for the jury and tell us where he's seated and the color of shirt that he's wearing.
The gentleman's over here in the white shirt.
And you pointed to the left side of the courtroom from your angle.
Yes, sir.
Is he at the far portion of the council table?
Yes,
Is that who you spoke to on October 26, 2000?
it is.
Your Honor, may the record reflect these correctly in front of the defendant.
The record would so reflect.
Were you the first member of law enforcement to reach out to Corey Binderim, the defendant?
Yes.
Was your initial attempt in speaking to him to verify whether he was the one that had been doing this remodeling job for Ms. Malden?
Yes, it was.
Tell us how initially that conversation went with the defendant.
We asked him if he knew Miss Maudlin, if he was doing the remodel for her. If he confirmed he was doing the remodel, she'd paid him $12,000 for materials and the work.
So he admitted that to you? Did he tell you that this has been an ongoing project?
He did.
Did he give you any indication of how long it had been ongoing?
I'm not sure the exact time frame. He says Ms. Malden has decision issues with picking materials.
All right, that's what he told you.
Yes.
That she was having issues picking materials? Is
Yes.
that what you said? So I'll make sure that everyone on the jury heard.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he tell you whether Ms. Malden was having any frustration about getting the job done in his own way?
Yeah, she was frustrated with the time frame of when the job was being completed.
Did he tell you that he had actually demolished the bathroom?
Yeah.
What, if anything, did he attribute to who was causing the delays in this project?
He explained that Ms. Malden was having the decision issues with picking materials was causing the delays.
Did he mention anything at all about falling out of his truck and hurting himself?
No.
Did he mention anything at all about being in the hospital?
No.
Did he mention anything at all about having to take a family member in and have to stay with him until they have to work?
No.
What, if anything, did he tell you about the money? Initially, it was $12,000. What else did he tell you?
You mentioned that there was, she wanted a refund. He was going to expect to pay her back.
Did he tell you that he actually went over there and tried to pay her back?
Yes, he did.
Tell us about that.
He said he went over there to give her a refund check. I'm not sure the day he went over there. I don't know what we're talking about.
All right, let's do this. If you would refer to your report, look on, it's on page 13 at the top. If that'll help refresh your recollection as to when he said he went over there. The top paragraph on page 13 of your supplement.
Yes, sir. It was reported he went over to Susan's house on the 24th of October between 8 and 8:30 that morning.
Okay, between 8 and 8:30 in the morning hours?
Yes, sir.
He told you that.
He told me.
After looking at that in your report, did that refresh your recollection as to exactly when he told you he went over there?
Yes.
All right. And again, you're interviewing him on October 26th, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
So he's talking about something that happened 48 hours prior to that.
Yes.
Did he tell you that's when he brought her any kind of refund check?
Yes, he said he was dropping off a refund check that day.
Okay. And did he give you, I know he's told you the amount's $12,000 for the project. Did he give you the amount of that refund check that he says he gave you?
He showed a carbon copy of the check.
All right. And was that amount reflected? Is there any way you can remember that now? Would you have to refer to your report or in fact see the exact exhibit itself?
See the exact news.
Your Honor, my personal witness.
You may.
I want to show you, sir, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201. First of all, what are we looking at in State's 201?
It's a checkbook with a carbon copy of the check.
And it's been admitted to evidence. Go ahead and tell us what's the name of the business on that particular check.
Binderim Remodeling, LLC.
And who's the check made out to?
Sue Maudlin.
And what's it say in the memo line at the bottom left-hand corner?
Refund.
And what's the amount on this refund check?
$1,295, I believe.
Is it kind of faint to read?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, request to publish.
You may.
Now, sir, as I show this to the jury, is this a carbon copy we're looking at?
Yes, it is.
And is it part of the entire checkbook itself?
Yes.
Is this the checkbook that the defendant showed you standing in his driveway on October 26, 2019?
Yes, it is.
And if you need to look at it again, can you recall what bank that was, the check was written on, where the bank account was located?
Lifestyle Credit Union.
Now, what if anything that did the defendant tell you about whether or not that check was clear? What did he say to you about that?
He was afraid he was going to bounce, so he was going to have it canceled.
Did he tell you whether he had checked and see complete?
Yes, he said he checked to see if she, we asked if he checked to see if it was clear, he said no.
He said it had not cleared?
It had not cleared.
And he was afraid it would bounce?
Yes.
He told you that?
He did.
Now, what, if anything, did he tell you about his truck, any materials in his truck, bags in his truck? What, if anything, did he say about that?
He mentioned there was 2 bags of materials in his bed. He said they were from her remodel.
Now, at that point, when he pointed out the construction debris, the back of the truck, did you say to him, you had just been in the house and it didn't look like anything had been torn up recently?
I did not.
You were just jotting down what he was telling you?
Yeah, just check out the conversation forward.
Did you ever even tell him in that initial conversation that you had walked into her house the last couple of days? What, if anything, did he tell you about when he went over there back on October 24th, 2 days prior, about picking up any tools or anything that belonged to him? Did he say anything to you about that?
Yeah, he mentioned about picking up a few tools he had left at the residence to return to his storage unit.
All right, let's talk about that. Are you asking him questions, or is he just kind of narrating that day for you? You remember?
Just pretty much narrating the day that.
And you took notes and you turned it into this report you have in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what did he tell you about this particular storage unit? Where was it? Was it his? Tell us about that.
He said it was up on Highway 17 self-care storage. Didn't mention a unit number, but that's where he.
Did he say that storage unit belonged to him?
He did.
Did he say that? Did you say tools that he picked up from her house?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say he did with those particular tools? Did he take it to that storage unit?
Yes, he mentioned he was taking those tools.
Did he say? I think he told the jury he was at her house 8:30 a.m. on October 24th. When did he tell you that he took those tools to the secure storage unit facility that he did?
It was after he left her residence.
That day?
That day.
Did he tell you anything at all about going to Home Depot that morning prior to going to this mall? Did he tell you anything at all about going to the Rosemary Hill landfill that morning?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything at all about going to the Rosemary Hill landfill at any time that day?
No, he did not.
Didn't mention that to you, is that correct? Now, after that particular interview, you just part ways and tell him you'll be in touch and leave at that point in time?
Yes.
And did you and Sergeant Tate leave?
We did.
And after speaking to him, on that day, on October 26, 2019, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to this case?
Went to the Vice Credit Union to check on Ms. Mauldin's accounts.
All right, well, why did you do that?
To see if she'd used them, if there's any location where she may have pulled out money or traveled to.
Did you make any determinations after going to Vice or Bank whether she showed any activity at all? Or?
No, no activity at all.
Now, did you ever make contact with Ms. Phyllis Yates again over that weekend, the last portion of your investigation? And if so, why did you do that?
Yes, we did, just to follow up with additional information she may have learned.
All right. And were you also updating her on what you had learned?
Yes.
At any point in time that weekend, had you located anything on accounts, airports, banks, hospitals, Clay County Fire and Rescue, in any way whatsoever did you determine that Ms. Mauldin showed that she was still with us?
No.
When you circled back with Ms. Phyllis Yates, did she give you any information that caused you to take another step in the investigation?
May I refer to my report here?
Yes, sir, if you may. Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Go ahead, Jack, if you're saying, say to him how much it is.
I'm just asking him first, Your Honor, that he glean any more information from the case. Don't say what she said, if the answer is.
No additional information.
Okay. Now, moving over to your third and last day, this investigation began with you on October 27 of 2019. Did you ever go back to this Mauldin residence?
Yes, I did.
Would that be Sunday?
Yes.
And the same question as I asked you before, is there anything that had changed from day one on October 25th, that Friday, to October 26th, to that Sunday, October 27th?
No.
Did you walk around the residence?
Yes, I did.
Check the doors?
Yes.
Look in the garage?
Yes.
Was there anything at all that seemed moved, different, altered, changed, destroyed, tampered with, anything at all that you noticed that you could point out for us?
No, I did not.
Now, lastly, I believe this is still on Sunday, October 27th, did you make efforts to go find where that storage unit that the defendant told you he was the account for? Did you try to find it?
Yes.
And did you go to the secure care storage unit located in your thing?
I did.
And where in particular is it, if you can recall?
It's north on Highway 17 on the right-hand side.
And did you go there on the Sunday?
I did.
Were you able to contact the manager?
I spoke to the manager.
I think we have one testifying tomorrow, but just in terms of making contact with that manager, don't say anything she said. Did you verify whether or not an account existed in his name?
Yes.
Did your eyes, did the manager pull a log for you and determine whether there had been any recent in and out activity at this particular unit?
Yes.
And what did you determine after looking at that log?
She brought a time that he'd come in on a certain date.
Okay, and did it show that he'd been there on October 24th, 2019 at 9:49 a.m.?
Yes, I did.
And you saw that on the log yourself?
Yes, I did.
Provided by the manager? Provided by the manager. Now, moving into Monday, did the case get reassigned to the homicide unit, the robbery homicide unit of Clay County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Did that relieve you as your duties of the initial responding deputy who was in charge of the investigation up until that point?
Yes.
Did you take all the data, all the information, everything that you had done, provide a report, and then give it to the homicide unit?
Yes.
Did that made its way to Detective Fry,
Yes.
the lead detective of the case?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. Oh, one moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Ross?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Detective. Sir, when you were looking at State's Exhibit 31, which I believe is a picture of the garage, there was tiles stacked up in that garage, was there not?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there a bathtub in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Was there a sink in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Was there cabinets in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Was there shower fixtures in that garage?
I don't recall.
So whenever you went over this Binderim's house, and feel free to look at your report if you need refreshing. Did you have to wait for them for about 30 minutes there?
I don't recall waiting, sir.
When Mr. Binderim, when you were talking to Mr. Binderim, did he tell you that it was okay for you to look out in his truck there?
Yeah, he mentioned that there was materials we could look into the bed of his truck there.
He gave you, you know, you didn't have a warrant, but he said it's okay, so did you look, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the case is assigned, it goes from patrol to homicide and robbery division on the 28th of October. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The pictures that we all saw, You didn't take those pictures, did you?
That's right, I did not.
The CST folks, the crime scene technicians took those pictures.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you, during your walk through the house, you didn't knock any of the pictures askew next to the front door, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't knock over any figurines that were by the subject, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't move the subject, did you?
No, I did not.
It's up to the lead detective in robbery and homicide that's assigned to the case, whether he wants the CST people to come in and work the house, as far as look over the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
I have no more questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, thank you.
Detective, you're excused. Thank you, sir. May I call your next witness?
Now, the state would call Sergeant Mike Calhoun. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole proceedings, and the whole time.
Yes, ma'am.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon. Will you take a moment and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Mike Calhoun. I'm a retired sergeant with the County Sheriff's Office. Sorry. My name is Mike Calhoun. I'm a retired sergeant with the Clay County Sheriff's Office.
When did you retire from the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
December of 2020.
Prior to your retirement, what was your assignment with the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
I was the supervisor of the robbery homicide unit.
How long were you the supervisor of the robbery homicide unit?
Approximately 4 years, somewhere around there.
Prior to your retirement, how long in total were you employed by the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed by the Clay County Sheriff's Office for 20 years, and I did an additional 3 years with the Gadsden County Sheriff's Office.
During your 20 years with the Clay County Sheriff's Office, what different assignments did you hold during that time frame?
I spent 17 years in investigations. Of that 17 years, I was assigned to the Special Response Division, which was organized crime, robbery homicide for 2 tours, and also the U.S. Marshal Service on their Florida Regional Fugitive Task Force.
When you say 2 tours, you mean you were assigned, reassigned somewhere else and then assigned back to the robbery homicide unit?
Yes, I was originally assigned to the robbery homicide unit in 2005. I left there to go to organized crime, and then after my tour with the U.S. Marshal Service, I came back in 2015.
In October of 2019, were you the robbery homicide sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of explain how the robbery homicide unit at that time in 2019 was set up and how cases were assigned, that sort of thing?
It was myself, 6 detectives, and a lieutenant. Each detective had a partner, and as the cases would come in, they would get assigned to the detective, and then I would oversee their investigations.
You said each detective would have a partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On larger cases, would it be more than just those 2 detectives working in an investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime we had, I won't even call them a larger case, anytime a homicide investigation that we conducted, it was the whole team.
How would it be determined who would be the lead detective on an investigation?
There was no real pattern. It was just whoever was up, and also based on that detective's level of experience and what we believed was the level of experience they needed in that case.
As a 6 detective unit, is that kind of a small unit for a homicide unit?
Considering there are counterparts at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office have 6 teams, yes, I would consider it small.
When a homicide or major missing persons investigation or that sort of thing happens, are more detectives than just the robbery homicide unit assigned to partake in that investigation?
Absolutely. We would call in resources from our narcotics unit, burglary unit, our financial crimes unit, SWAT team. Personnel would get called in just based on what the assignment needed to be tasked out.
What types of investigations would be assigned to the robbery and homicide unit?
We worked homicide, suicide, death investigation, missing persons, armed robbery, violent crimes, shootings, and any other case deemed necessary by the sheriff.
Typically, at what point would a robbery homicide detective become involved in a missing persons investigation?
So most of the missing person cases we worked were endangered missing persons. They would be transferred to us because the deputies that took the initial report would believe the person was in danger. We worked child missing person cases. Those would be transferred to us almost immediately. And then we also just worked standard missing, just regular missing persons cases once the deputies had worked it through their shift. So meaning if a deputy worked the weekend, which would be a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if they got a missing persons case on a Friday, they would work it through the weekend. And then on Monday, if the person had not returned home or been located, they would transfer it to us for review.
In October of 2019, specifically October 23rd, 2019, were you contacted by a patrol sergeant letting you know that they were working a missing persons investigation involving someone named Susan Malden?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Tate had contacted me several times over the weekend just to kind of give me updates, but the initial contact was to just kind of inform me that they had a missing woman on Fleming Island that they were working.
Give you a heads up.
Yes, he was just basically contacting me to tell me what report they had taken, what they had done so far, and that they were going to continue to work it through the weekend. And also, I received several phone calls over the weekend just with progress reports.
On October 28th of 2019, that would be the Monday, did the robbery and homicide unit officially take over the investigation involving Susan Malden?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Well, first, reason was that the deputies were going home. They had done their tour. Monday was their first day off, so it got transferred to us. Also, just because of the circumstances that Sergeant Tate and his team had kind of put together over the weekend.
She had not returned.
No, ma'am.
No one heard from her.
No, ma'am.
When the investigation was officially taken over by the robbery and homicide unit, what were the first things that you as a sergeant kind of did to get the investigation moving?
First thing we did was we reviewed all of the reports generated by the patrol deputies that were involved in the case. I started to assign detectives in my unit tasks on following up with information that we found in those reports. Whether it had been interviews they conducted, obviously we're going to go out and re-interview those people because there might be questions that we came up with that were outside of the deputy's scope. So we started with the review of the case and then started assigning out detectives to follow up on those findings.
Was a decision made to go and look at Ms. Mauldin's house?
Yes, we had made contact with one of her friends who had access to the house, and we had asked for her to meet us there so we could kind of look over the house ourselves.
When you say we, who went to the house?
It was probably a good majority of us. It was probably myself and several detectives.
Eventually, was it determined that Detective Fryer would be the lead detective on this investigation?
Yes, so Detective Fryer was a seasoned detective. He came from the personal crime section. He worked sex crimes prior to coming to homicide, but he was generally relatively a new detective in the robbery homicide unit, so that the case got assigned to him as a missing person.
When you first went to Ms. Mauldin's house, how did it appear?
The outside appeared normal. It was in Harbor Island and Fleming Island. Everything on the outside appeared normal. It was once we got inside and started looking around that stuff started not making sense.
Small things not making sense?
Car was in the garage. Just little things that you would, common sense would tell you that this person didn't go anywhere. Things like that.
Was it a neat house?
It was very well kept.
Did she appear to be pretty organized?
Very well organized.
Everything clean?
It almost would resemble a model home. It was immaculate, I would say.
No broken furniture, no broken windows, nothing?
Not over the initial sweep of the house, just kind of looking over it. We didn't find anything like that, no.
Did she have a home office?
She did.
In that home office, did she keep files, filing cabinets, anything like that?
I would say she was a little obsessive in organization, keeping everything from the stove warranty book had a file. I mean, it was pretty obsessive.
While in the house, was a file folder located that was labeled Binderim remodeling?
Yes.
Was there anything inside that file folder?
No.
Eventually, was that file folder handed over to a crime scene technician in order to take custody of it?
It was.
You mentioned things like a stove warranty, having a file folder. Were there other file folders that included brochures from places like Home Depot and things looking at different tile and stuff like that?
There was, yes.
Did it appear that every folder had a purpose and something in it, and that Binderim was out of place because it did not?
Objection, speculation.
Not gonna happen. Did all the other folders seem to have something in them?
Yes.
While you and other detectives were at the house, did you assign detectives to go follow up on the information that had been provided by Corey Binderim to Deputy Lunsford?
Yes.
And that information was about the secure care storage facility, is that correct?
It was, yes.
Did you also assign detectives to start making contact with Ms. Mauldin's friends?
Yes, so we assigned detectives to make not only contact with friends that we knew of, but we also assigned detectives to make contacts with friends that we learned during those interviews. We also assigned detectives to make contact with neighbors, and any information that we got from the neighbors of who her associates were, we actually pushed and made contact with those people.
Did you learn during this time frame that Ms. Mauldin was a member of the British Club for Jacksonville and Clay County?
We did.
Were you able to obtain a roster of members for that club?
We did.
Did you actually assign detectives to speak to everyone in the club?
Every single person on the list.
Were the detectives who responded to the secure care storage facility able to confirm that Corey Binderim had been to that location on the morning of October 24th, 2019?
Yes.
After being able to confirm that information, what decision did you make at that point?
So we identified what storage unit that belonged to him through management, and we made the decision to call in a cadaver dog, a canine, to conduct a search of the outside of the storage unit to see whether or not there would be any odors that would indicate to us that she possibly could be there.
When you say a cadaver dog, those are also known as human remains detection dogs, correct?
Yes,
And did you make contact with John Long?
I did.
Did you know John Long before that?
Yes,
And in fact, he works with Clay County Fire Rescue.
yes,
Did he and his human remains detection dog respond to the secure care
Yes,
storage
ma'am.
facility?
yes, ma'am.
And was a sniff conducted with that dog?
Yes,
Did the dog receive an alert?
I was notified by Mr. Long that the dog gave a positive.
Objection, hearsay, also the prior motion on the dog camera.
So stay has to go first.
Following the cadaver dog being out there, was a search warrant obtained for this storage unit?
It was.
Was another sniff inside the storage unit conducted with the dog?
Yes.
Sergeant Calhoun, at this point, while these things are going on at the storage unit facility, are there other detectives still working other possible leads?
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
Again, continuing to speak with her friends.
Yes.
Once you were able to confirm that he had been at the secure care storage facility, did you have detectives continue to look for other places and other locations he may have gone to that morning?
Yes, they actually conducted a canvass of Highway 17. We looked for any open businesses that would have had surveillance cameras pointing towards 17. We did canvasses inside the neighborhood as well, looking for ring doorbell cameras. That we kind of kicked off that part of the investigation at that time.
Were you trying to build a timeline of Mr. Binderim's movements?
Yes, I would say not only were we trying to build a timeline, we were also trying to confirm or not confirm the information he gave us.
And by the information he gave us, what he had told Deputy Lunsford?
This was all based off of the information. We had not talked to him at this point. This was all based off the information that he provided to the patrol deputies.
Sergeant, when you were working in missing persons investigation, do you follow up on every lead that comes your way?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
In this type of investigation, even though we were provided information on Mr. Binderim, we still had to keep an open mind that there could have been another source that was involved in this case. Something else could have happened to her. So even after a suspect gets identified in the case, if another lead comes in, you still follow that lead to either rule them in or rule them out. I mean, you've never shut down the case entirely.
During the investigation, did you assign detectives to speak to the known associates of Corey Binderim?
Yes.
And in fact, did you have detectives speak with a female named Leanne Lockwood who worked with the defendant?
Yes.
During the interview with Ms. Locklear, was a comment made that piqued your interest in the possibility of sending detectives to the Rosemary Hill waste transfer facility?
Of course.
Did you have a detective make contact with someone working out there at Rosemary Hill?
We immediately contacted Deputy Gary Winterstein. We knew he was on property, that's his assignment, and I was started to push that way, and I was sending several detectives that direction.
During this investigation, were you able to confirm that the defendant, Corey Binderim, had gone to the Rosemary Hill transfer station that morning on October 24th, 2019?
Yes, we were.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you receive information during your investigation that made you take action and go to the Chester Island landfill?
We did.
Why Chester Island?
So the garbage that goes to the Rosemary Hill landfill is a holding station. It doesn't stay there. It's picked up and it's put in trucks and it's transferred to Folkston, Georgia to the Chester Island landfill where it's actually put in the ground and that's where it stays.
Any other objection, hearsay on this?
Approved.
Did you yourself and Detective Doherty actually travel to the Chester Island landfill.
Yes, we did.
And was that on, I believe, October 30th of 2019?
Sounds right.
Following discussions with the operations manager at the Chester Island landfill, was a determination made to reach out to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Actually, yes, I'd reached out to him earlier than that. As a matter of fact, en route to the Rosemary Hill landfill, I had already made a phone call.
After speaking with the operations manager at Chester Island, did you determine to pursue trying to set up a large-scale search of the landfill area?
Yes, so the odds were, we believed, were in our favor. We got to Rosemary Hill quick enough to determine where the trash went that day, like what trucks, what numbers were the trucks. We were able to track them to Chester Island. We met with waste management there. They were able to determine when those trucks, the exact trucks that we know left Rosemary Hill that day, checked into their landfill and where those trucks went. It just so happens that they were finishing a corner of one of the cells, and all the trash from Clay County that day went into that corner of that cell, and they were able to identify it almost precisely.
All right, this time, no further questions, please.
All right, any cross? No, Mr. Hernandez was making no objections.
Yes, Your Honor. If I could approach the clerk and exhibit more.
You may.
This is a positive exhibit, 6 photographs I've shown to the state. Of the defendant's one, I believe.
This would be your A1.
Detective, you were essentially in charge of the homicide robbery unit, correct?
Correct.
And you chose to assign Detective Fryer as the lead detective in this missing persons investigation.
Correct.
So everything you testified to was really you assisting Detective Fryer as he investigated this case, correct?
I wouldn't say assisting, I would say supervising.
Well, the responsibilities of the lead detective include leading the investigation, correct? And they make the decisions about submitting evidence to a laboratory, correct?
After it's ran through the proper chains of supervision, yes.
All right, so for example, if there were like 60 DNA swabs, it would be the detective, the lead detective, that decided which of those swabs to send to the laboratory for testing, correct?
After counsel, yes.
All right, and essentially, Detective Fryer is the lead detective. He's the one that's at the hub of everything, and everyone is feeding him information as it comes in.
That is correct.
All right, and he's really the big brain of this investigation.
Right.
And because you don't want to take away the authority of your detectives, do you? When they're the lead detective?
Sometimes it has to happen.
All right, but you didn't take the authority away from Detective Fryer during this investigation, did you?
I think that it's kind of an open-ended question. It depends on what part of the investigation. I mean, so the way our unit worked is you had a sergeant and 6 detectives. The case was worked together. Yes, I did assign a lead detective, and that lead detective's responsibility is to facilitate the homicide book, make sure all reports are written, everything's in the book. But yes, he had a say in how the investigation went, but it was a team effort with me leading at the helm.
It sounds like at times he was deficient in his duties as the lead detective.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't follow. What did you say?
It sounds like at times he was deficient in his duties as the lead detective.
Absolutely not.
So he did a good job.
Absolutely did.
And sir, isn't it true he was terminated from the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
May we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break, and you all go back to the jury room, and I'll deal with this issue, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay? Thank you. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the jury in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue on with the trial. Mr. Friday, it's your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir Calhoun, you're talking about how you assigned Detective Fryer as lead detective.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about how he was sort of the center of the wheel and all the spokes fed to him.
Yes, sir.
And he exercised his responsibilities as the lead detective.
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Detective Fryer was terminated from the Clay County Sheriff's Office for mishandling evidence in this case, correct?
It's not the only thing he was terminated for, but yes, sir.
All right, so he was terminated for other things,
Yes.
including mishandling evidence in this case.
Yes.
Now, sir, you spoke with the prosecutor on direct about going through Miss Mauldin's files near her desk, correct?
Yes.
And you had said that it appeared to you that she was organized, is that right?
Absolutely.
She took detailed notes on a lot of things?
Yes.
And sir, Your Honor, I'd like to approach with Defense Exhibit A.
You may.
I'm handing the witness what's been admitted as Defense Exhibit A. Sergeant Calhoun, can you take a moment and look through those 6 pictures? Sir, do those appear to be notes and documents that were located in files on Ms. Mauldin's desk when you were at her house?
They do.
And it's fair to say that those 6 photographs detail information about various contractors and remodelers.
Yes.
Now, sir, talking about well, let me ask you this, sir. You had said initially during the walkthrough of Ms. Mauldin's house, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
However, as you started to look closer, you indeed saw that some things looked like there had been signs of a struggle, right?
Correct.
You had seen that as you walked in the hallway that even though the pictures were in a straight line, there was one that was crooked, right?
Correct.
Right inside the front door.
Correct.
And that the couch in the living room appeared to have been moved slightly, right?
Couch, and there was like a couch table. Yes.
And those seemed a little out of place.
They did.
Now, sir, the last thing I want to talk to you about is you mentioned that you had a relationship with John Long,
I did.
right? And you're the one that made contact.
Yes, sir.
And you asked him to go to the storage unit.
Yes.
And you also talked about on direct that you had discovered that the defendant had been at the Rosemary Hill transfer station early in the morning on October 24th, correct?
Correct.
And you had also said that you had read Detective Lunsford's reports, and so you knew that my client drove a white pickup truck, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Detective Lunsford had been to his house on Margaret's Walk, right?
Correct.
So on October 28th, when you called John Long, you at that time were aware that you were going to the storage unit because you believed that he'd gone to the storage unit that morning, correct?
Correct.
In his pickup truck.
I could only assume, but yes.
Okay, so I imagine the theory at this point is like that her body would have been in the back of the pickup truck.
Correct.
All right. So you bring the dog to the storage unit, right?
Correct.
All right. You never called John Long and had him go out and do a dog sniff on Mr. Binderim's pickup truck, did you?
No, we did not.
One moment here.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I believe I did it before the record. I believe defense exhibit A has been admitted incorrect.
That objection? Those are the photographs? So admitted as defense exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve the exhibit from the witness?
You may. May I read her?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Calhoun, you talked about on direct and on cross that the robbery homicide unit runs as a team, correct?
It does.
Because one of the reasons for that, because 7 brains are better than that.
Absolutely.
Throughout the course of the investigation, are you and your detectives talking daily about what's going on in the investigation?
Yes.
Is Detective Fryer keeping you updated on his every move in the investigation?
If I'm not standing right beside him, yes.
So if you're not standing beside him, he's contacting you in some form or fashion?
Either him or his partner, yes.
And you are made aware of everything?
Absolutely everything.
And in fact, you were the one who called the FBI, right?
Correct.
And you were one of the main ones who was coordinating with the FBI,
Correct.
right? As the sergeant, you even approved the reports.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
So while Detective Fryer is the lead and everything funnels through him, ultimately, he answers to you for all of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel brought out that a picture was tilted in the hallway and the couch was moved and the table was moved. Were there signs of some kind of massive struggle with broken furniture and everything moved out of the way or anything like that?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have no questions.
Step down and be excused.
Yeah.
Mr. Calhoun, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Your next witness?
You're a city called John Long.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the jury?
John Long.
And where are you employed, sir?
Currently, I'm with the Clay County Fire Rescue
And how long have you worked for Clay County Fire Rescue?
since January of '21.
And where were you employed before working for Clay County? Can you tell the jury a bit about your history?
Sure. Since 1991, I was a Jacksonville Fire Rescue. Retired as a captain in April of 2018. From there, I worked COVID after that, and then took a job with Clay County Fire Rescue.
During your career, did you have the opportunity to work with and own trained work dogs?
Yes, since 2006, Jacksonville was given the Urban Search and Rescue, Florida Task Force 5 by the state, and they asked me to start a canine corps to be able to be part of that Urban Search and Rescue team.
And what kind of dogs did you receive to be part of that search and rescue team?
It varied, but mostly I used golden retrievers and labs.
And what were they trained on?
Two different things as far as what I would do. I would do what they call a live find dog, which is a dog that would find people that are missing, either in wide area search or in rubble, that were alive. The victims were alive. And then progressed into cadaver work when FEMA expanded that. I had one of the first dogs with FEMA that was cadaver certified under FEMA.
And if you have a dog who is certified in live find, would he be cross-trained to be certified in human remains, or do they only have one area that they would search for?
No, they're single-purpose dogs for a reason. When you go to these disasters like we're having right now, up in the Carolinas and different things, you have all these assets and team members out working that would be looking for people that are alive. They don't want a dog telling you that somebody is alive when they're really dead, and vice versa. So you have all these assets out there. So it's single purpose only.
And are the dogs hitting on an odor? Is that what they're trained to detect?
Yes.
And how are you trained to be qualified to handle work dogs like this?
Since 2006, I've been through numerous training, both with fire rescue and with law enforcement. I became a canine search specialist with FEMA.
And what was your first dog trained to detect?
A dog named Gunner, he was a live find dog.
And then did you get, then I believe you said you got the human remains detection dog?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Wally.
Can you explain to the jury what the human remains detection entails? What's the dog looking for?
An HRD dog, human remains detection dog, is solely, like we said, a single-purpose dog. It finds anything, odors, when it comes to whatever will be in a body after death. So blood, bone, tissue, all types of things that would be in a body.
And is it the odor that they're looking for?
Yes, that is what it is.
While you had Wally, did you maintain certifications and trainings with them?
Yes, we had trainings, and I think we have a list of all the training and all the certifications that we've had. Back then, it was not as common to you couldn't keep it every time, and I think some of the questions that we'll be talking about.
So Wally was certified with a group called NAPWADA in 2011, 2012, and 2013. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what NAPWADA certification is?
Sure. NAPWADA is a National Police Working Dog Association. They are a certifying agency, but also a training certification that you do different things. You do building, you do, and this is what I'm talking for HRD. They also train, obviously, all types of working police dogs. But as far as HRD goes, you do building, you do buried, you do high and low on surface, you do vehicle search, water search. It's a pretty extensive certification, almost up to FEMA standard.
And then after NAPWADA, did you also have Wally certified with FEMA in 2013 for a 3-year certification, and also in 2016 with another 3-year certification?
Right, FEMA certification is different than NAPWATER. NAPWATER is annually, FEMA is every 3 years, and Wally was one of the first in the country. After Katrina, that's when FEMA got into having HRD dogs.
And can you explain to the jury why you moved away from NAPWADA for a while during your certification with FEMA?
Mainly out of practicality. It's hard to get these evaluations a lot of times, and since it was a 3-year certification, you could continually work the dog. The dog was certified until you were able to get the next certification test. So, being the mission that I had with both live fine dogs and cadaver dogs, FEMA was a natural choice for us with the fire department, but I would work with a lot of police departments under it.
And during the time that, between your certifications, when you were working with FEMA, would you continually train Wally on your own?
Yes.
And you would make sure that he was staying up to date and able to detect as he's properly supposed to, correct?
Yes.
Would you also be on regular deployments with Wally with FEMA during the time frame of 2013 and 2019?
Yes. Being Wally was in that first wave with FEMA, we went to a lot of disasters, a lot of different things. Oso, Washington State, the mudslides there, and just hurricane after hurricane, and whatever other deployment that FEMA would deem necessary.
Were you regularly asked to assist law enforcement with missing persons investigations as well?
Yes.
And would Wally be the dog that you would take for those investigations?
Yes.
Now, in 2019, did you decide to recertify with NAPWADA?
I did.
And was the date on that certification November 10th of 2019?
Yes.
It looks like in your certifications that Wally was certified August 20th of 2016, which might have expired around August 20th of 2019. Is that correct? After that happened, were you deployed to Hurricane Dorian around August 31st with FEMA?
Yes.
So would FEMA still allow you, even though you were technically out of certification, to continue your deployment with Wally?
Yes, the way they describe it, because these tests are pretty extensive logistically to put on, is that they would keep you in certification and keep you until the next test, wherever in the nation that they were giving it, until that next test. So you were still in certification as long as you maintained and worked the dog.
So Wally was continually working during that time period, is that correct?
Yes, we were.
And FEMA had no issues with Wally being deployed? And during that time frame, were you having any issues or concerns with Wally?
No. We were during that time, no, he was very able at that time.
And was Wally a dog that you actually owned and you ensured the training was happening with?
Yeah, it's a little bit different than what sheriff's office do when it comes to search and rescue and fire departments and that type of thing. Technically, or for the most part, handlers own their dogs when it comes to search and rescue. And when it comes to working with the cases and that type of thing, versus police departments have more and more where they're an agency dog than being owned by a person.
And back in 2019, would the agencies usually have human remain detection dogs?
No, not really. It was such a, I won't say specialized, but it was a lot less dogs that were certified with HRD.
During Wally's training, can you recall a time when he ever had any issues in human remains detection?
No.
When he went for a certification, did he ever fail?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what a change of behavior means when you're talking about a human remains detection dog?
Sure. It's a precursor to what they call a TFR, or final trained response, or FTRC. Change of behavior is like anything else when you would see a dog that's looking for his toy or looking for his ball or looking for anything, food or whatever. You see a different change. You know the dog's in odor. You know the dog head up, ears up, maybe a little bit more of a speed to his walk, tail up, and that type of thing. That's something that you would learn as you would work a dog, especially with cadaver or HRD, is that you would know when the dog was getting into odor and trying to pinpoint for you before they gave you that trained response.
And can you explain to the jury what Wally was trained to do when he alerted on the odor of human remains?
Yes, Wally was trained to do a sit, what they call a passive alert, which is a sit, and then he would go into later a bark, because FEMA added a bark to the certification. So we trained that into it.
So were you able to easily train Wally with the bark?
Yes,
Is that also called a final response?
final train response, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention now to October 28, 2019. Were you asked to aid the Clay County Sheriff's Office with your dog Wally?
Yes.
When you were asked to aid a law enforcement agency, do you want them to tell you all of the details of the investigation?
No, I prefer not to, unless it's a missing child or missing person that I need to know information. We're doing a wide area and we're looking for specific clothes or something like that. But most of the time when it comes to most cases like this or anything, I don't want to know about the case.
Can you explain why to the jury?
It just gives me, where I'm not giving an impression to the dog or having an impression or be influenced outside by what the dog should be doing.
Were you asked to bring Wally to 3585 Highway 17 at the Secure Care Storage Facility?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object based on a prior motion.
When you arrived at the Secure Care Facility, did you make sure the other law enforcement on scene then did not give you the details?
Yes.
And were you directed then to a general area at the Secure Care Facility?
Yes, a geographical point, just back to the front of where we were in the back of the facility. We were in the back of the facility, and they pointed us to the front of the facility.
So can you describe for the jury, was it just rows and rows of storage units?
Yes, typical storage units where you have the blue roll-up doors and just the garage door after garage door after garage door. There was no identifying lanes or anything like that. It was just in a general direction that we wanted to send on.
And once they gave you the general direction, did you take Wally off lead?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means?
Yeah, typically, it's very simply, he is not under any of my control. He does not have a leash attached to a collar. He is walking freely and going wherever his nose takes him.
And so Wally was going essentially on his own, searching for the scent of human remains. Is that correct?
And that's typically how we would work, especially with the dogs and the certifications that I have.
Once Wally was off lead, what did he do in this case?
Wally gave me a change of behavior after going through a couple rows of these, but he got to a certain point and gave me a change of behavior, went up to a couple doors, and then gave me a final training response.
And after giving the change of behavior, was that final training response between units F22 and F23?
Yes.
Did you then stay on scene and wait for a search warrant for unit F23?
Yes, yeah, I was asked by the detectives on scene to stay, and I went back to my truck and ordered him and took care of him and waited until he told me back to go.
Once that unit was open, did you let Wally off lead again?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Wally did inside the unit?
Once he was, again, off lead, sent in, and I stayed outside away from him and gave him a search command. He went inside and went to a change of behavior to a particular area inside the unit and then gave me a final training response.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48. Is this an example of what the doors look like that you would be seeing and Wally would be seeing when you got on scene?
Yes.
And I think you described it, but it was rows and rows of blue doors like this?
Yes.
Now, once inside the unit, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 53. Is this the area where Wally gave the final training response?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, were any human remains actually found in that unit?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was it odd to you then that Wally would have a final training response when no human remains were found?
No.
Can you describe for the jury why not?
Wally is trained in odor. Wally does not identify as, the person is missing or this is missing. he identifies an odor as, it's present when it comes to HRD. And with that being said, just the analogy I've been given in training and different things is that when it comes to odor, is that even though you walk into a room that somebody has had popcorn, the popcorn may be gone, but you still know popcorn's in the room. And it's the same mentality when it comes to a dog that is trained for cadaver material. He is giving you a final training response. That's what he's, so he can get his reward, which is
And that's because he's actually alerting on the smell, correct?
correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Long, we're looking at stage 53. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes.
All right, and to be specific, based on your working your dog, Wally, the dog alerted to essentially the stack of the tool bag and those two plastic containers, right?
In that area.
In that area. What do you mean in that area?
Close to that. He would actually give us the nose dip to that area,
All right, so he gave a nose tip to where?
to the bins in the bag that you described.
Okay, so not in that area. He nose tipped to those things. All right, I just want to make that clear. And you were there that day, right?
Yes.
All right, and so when we're looking at this, it looks like there are a bunch of plumbing tools in it. Is that correct?
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
All right, and you saw that there that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like there's a worker's tool bag there.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever open any of that up?
Yes.
So you don't know whether or not there was any type of dry blood in there, do you?
No, sir. I don't even think I went into the unit. I called Wally back to me.
Okay, and you talked about this, but your dog is trained to find things like tissue, right?
That'd be one of the things.
Blood, like dry blood, right?
Yes.
Hair, right, like hair?
We don't train on hair because that is not, that could or could not be a HRD material.
Okay.
But yes,
So yes, right? And then, like skin, decomposing skin, right?
yes,
All right, so sort of all the things one might find in like a smelly, stinky trap under a sink in a bathroom, right? You ever taken one of those out?
no,
All right, you don't know what I'm talking about.
no, I've never run a dog on a sink.
I know you've never run a dog on a sink. All right,
I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Or is,
I'll move on, sir. Okay, I'll move on. Sir, I just want to make this clear for the jury. NAPWATA certifications are good for 1 year from the date of the certification.
yes,
Okay. And prior to going out and certifying on November 10th, November 10th of 2019, the last time you had certified with NAPWATA was February 24th of 2013.
yes,
And so that would have expired on February 23rd of 2014.
yes,
Okay. And your last FEMA test was August 20th of 2016.
yes.
Okay.
And it was, when it expired, it was 29.
Yes, sir. Now, for the NAPWATA certification, they run the dog through a series of tests, right? And the point of those tests is they hide things, and then they see if your dog finds them, right?
Yes,
And if the dog scores 90% or greater, the dog passes, correct?
yes,
So the test in and of itself for the certification permits dogs to get some of the testing wrong, correct?
I believe there's one hide that we missed.
Okay. And what NAPWATA uses for their testing is they use things called scent jars and scent tubes, right?
With the material in those jars and sent to
And that'll be my next question. So what they do is they put like bone and tissue that's been decomposing, or they put blood in these things, and then they hide it, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that water is not testing whether or not your dog can find an alleged odor on something that may have been next to a dead body for a short period of time, right? They're not testing you on that.
They're testing you if the dog acknowledges it. Okay.
Using things like bone and tissue and teeth, right?
Yes.
And the way that they know whether or not you missed the hide or not is because they know something's there, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about this, and I think you were pretty clear, but you are the person that is responsible for certifying or maintaining certification for your dog, correct?
Yes.
And you're the person that's responsible for conducting regular training with your dog.
Yes.
And we talked about the FEMA. You talked about that you've been deployed to FEMA. I think you mentioned at least maybe 2 or 3 times, right?
Yes.
And I imagine you're proud of that.
Yes.
And when FEMA calls, you go.
Yes.
And you go to natural disasters.
I go to natural disasters, building collapse, search that.
Yeah.
I haven't called out after this.
And when you go on those call-outs or deployments to FEMA, that is because you are there to recover the lives, the human remains that may have been lost in that tragedy, correct?
I am part of a team to find those people and the parts that may be.
All right, and you would agree with me that FEMA wants to find those parts or those bodies so that they can give them back to the loved ones, and the loved ones can handle those remains as they deem they want to do, correct?
To give closure.
Give them closure. Yes, okay. And you agree that FEMA is not interested in having any dogs that would alert to a place where there is no dead body, right?
Sure.
And FEMA requires, before they start a recovery effort, they require a second dog to alert in the same location.
It is suggested as in our training that we would call for another asset, which would be another dog team, meaning handler and dog, if available. That dog is not necessarily telling the first dog is correct. It's maybe, especially if it's in a buried victim or something like that in a house, or a flood victim, coming from a different direction, to be able to pinpoint the team better to find where that first dog identified as another.
Because they want to find the actual body.
Yes.
Now, you talked about how you were certified by FEMA, correct?
Yes.
And you said they put a lot of effort into that training, don't they?
Yes.
Costs a lot of money.
Yes.
And FEMA has a manual on canine search team certification evaluation handbook, human remains detection barcode. You familiar with that manual?
Yes.
And that's the manual that Wally was trained under.
Yes.
All right, and it's a pretty thick manual, but you've read it, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you read it is you want to know what your dog's going to be trained on, right?
When you say what my dog will be trained on.
Or tested on.
That would be the test, the final part of getting to a test, yes.
Okay.
It is a team effort. It's between me and him. So you're being, not only identifying the dog as something that is tested, but also that.
But that's how you're evaluated, by this government publication.
Yes.
Okay. Now, FEMA uses decomposing tissue as source material to test the dog, correct?
Yes.
All right. Source material has to be a minimum of 30 grams and a maximum of 300 grams, correct?
For testing purposes.
For the evaluation. Okay. Bone only, teeth only, hair only, and pseudo aids will not be used, correct?
In their certification testing.
All right, and so what FEMA is training you on are gosh darn real dead parts of the human body
Yes,
that are again stuck in hives.
yes. You're talking about the latest certification by that name.
I'm talking about the 2015 certification manual that your dog was certified under in August of 2016. Would you like to see it?
No.
You trust me on that? And so FEMA, when you're evaluated, you're tested on real human remains,
Yes.
not some type of odor that is just somewhere.
Yes.
Going back to that storage unit, sir, I think you said this, but you never saw anything, no tissue, no body part, nothing in that area that tells you what your dog hit on.
I identified to the detectives what my dog was doing.
All right, but when you do one of these evaluations with NAPWASA or FEMA, you know what your dog hit on because they pull it out and show you, right?
No, sir.
Okay, well,
It's all blind. You do not know whether or not your dog is correct on evaluation. After the evaluation, they'll tell you.
that's what I'm talking about.
They don't show you that this was correct. They just that you passed the evaluation.
All right, and that's what I'm saying is that after evaluation, you know that your dog hit on something real, some real human body parts.
Right.
Now, you, in your training, an unfortunate part of your training is that you have to work around decomposing body parts, right?
Yes.
Right? And you're aware that what is known in your line of work is fresh decomposing bodies, and that's generally 1 to 3 days, don't emit a lot of odor, right?
Where are you reading that?
So I believe that, I don't know that I can answer that question, but so I guess your answer would be you're unaware of that?
Can you?
I can phrase it differently.
Well, yeah. Ask me again.
Yeah, so some bodies, the human, it can smell, right? Dead body, decomposed.
Talking about a dog?
I'm talking about a human because they're so smelly.
Not necessarily, depending on what it is.
Depending on what it is, okay. But you're saying that you're not aware of the term fresh decomposing bodies or body parts?
No.
Okay. So you're not aware that fresh decomposing body parts do not leak decomposition fluid that your dog trains on?
Ask that again?
Sure, your dog trains on decomposition fluid, right?
At one of the components, yes.
All right, and decomposition fluid is like fluid that a dead body essentially uses, right?
Right, out of that position.
Okay, and when as the body's breaking down, right?
Yes.
So as a training aid, one of the training aids that your dog will work on is essentially a gauze or a cloth that's been soaked in that type of material, correct?
That can be identified as another, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that bodies in the first hour do not start to leak or that type of fluid?
I've never had a time put on that because there's a varying degree of when odor. They do not know when dogs pick up the odor of death.
Now, sir, you keep a training log, is that correct? And, Your Honor, if I could have one moment. And sir, you memorialize each time that you yourself run your dogs through a training evolution in your training log, correct?
It hasn't always been like that. Nowadays, yes. With my dogs I own now, it's more memorialized every time.
Okay.
If we go to a training A lot of times it's a training workshop with a task force out of Miami-Dade, which I'm attached to, the FEMA, and then we would do it as a group and that type of thing.
Okay? I was given a training log, I believe that you provided, was a copy of what appeared to be a spiral notebook, and it was titled HRD Training Log. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a document that you kept with respect to your dogs?
I did that with both call-outs and training logs. Even though it said training log, I would use, and that would be a reference to what I would do for that day.
And did you memorialize every time you ran Wally through a training evolution in that log?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like...
Not that, let me rephrase that. Not that particular log all the time, depending on what group I was with, whether it was JSO, JFRD, and then St. John's, that time.
Yes, sir. And it looks like during that time frame of August, September, October, November 9th, 2019, you were actually training a second human remains detection dog.
Right. We were in transition to a newer dog. Wally was 10.
And so you were transitioning from Wally to your new dog, Cable.
Correct.
All right, and so you also, in the same log, would keep your training for Cable.
Yes.
And Wally would be, and Cable, you use bone, you use tissue, you use blood, you use teeth and tissue to train on tissue. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, you said Wally was getting older and you had Cable also. You didn't go home and get Cable and bring Cable back out to the storage unit and see what Cable would do, did you?
No, sir.
You weren't asked to do that?
No, sir. Cable wasn't certified.
Okay. Cable wasn't certified. And you wanted to get him certified, didn't you?
He was well away from being certified.
All right. And that's why your focus was mostly on training Cable in October of 2019, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Well, sir, I've gone through your training log, the one that you just said you used, and I found that you didn't run Wally through a single training evolution between August 6, 2019, until you went out to that storage unit on October 28, 2019.
That was during the time that I was being deployed to Orient. And I was deployed with Wally, not Cable.
And you didn't, well, you ran Cable through evolutions in October, early October. You ran through evolutions in middle October, but you never ran Wally through
It's
them.
not both Wally and Cable on those training logs.
It says Cable. Now, sir, you were never asked, even at a later date, to go out and run your dog through a white Toyota pickup truck, were you? Like Clay County Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, sir, briefly. So when you were training Cable, were you also working with and training Wally?
Yes.
And at that time, Wally was the dog you were being deployed with, correct? And in November, actually November 10th of 2019, Wally was recertified with NACWADA, correct?
Yes. Wally was an advanced dog at that point and under maintenance training.
So he had been doing this for years and was really advanced for his, for what he could do, is that correct?
Yes.
And whenever he's trained, is he also trained to know the difference between animal remains and human remains?
Yes.
That's part of his NACWADA training and FEMA training?
Yes.
And sir, is the reason why that dogs are used is because they can pick up odors well before a human being would be able to?
Yes.
Thank you, no further questions.
Will this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wong, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Next witness?
Our next witness is going to appear via Zoom, and we'll need to get him on the Zoom call. We're going to have a break.
Yeah, let's take a recess again. We just want to get the Zoom board set up, so we'll be back with you folks in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Everybody can take their seats. We're got a couple more, I say couple, it could be 3 more witnesses before we finish for the day. Before we go on, is everything to your satisfaction in the jury room? Good. All right. It's probably a little tight squeeze. Say again? Some chocolate. Well, I was asking for a reason, and we'll see what we can do. All right, y'all. Thank you. And we're going to continue on with the next witness, Ms. Hazel. Who is that?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this date, you call Gregory Strickland.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. If you could, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in this court proceeding, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to hear me, Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the jury?
Gregory Strickland.
And where are you employed, sir?
I'm retired from the City of Miramar Police Department.
And do you have other work that you're currently doing with NAPWADA?
Yeah, I am a current master trainer with North American Police Work Dog Association. Acronym would be NAPWADA. I'm also a canine search specialist with FEMA, Florida Task Force 1.
How long have you been working with trained dogs?
I started in 1996 with the police department doing working with the patrol dogs as an agitator, decoy, and working with the different detections.
In 1996, you said?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what types of dogs you've worked with in your career?
Patrol dogs, apprehension dogs, tracking, trailing, narcotics, electronic device detection, bed bug detection dogs. And I'm sure I'm leaving 1 or 2 out, but that's kind of the gist of it.
Have you also worked with human remains detection dogs?
Yes, extensively.
Can
That
you,
would fall under the detection part.
can you explain the training you received to be a master trainer for the North American Police Work Dog Association?
First, you have to be a handler in good standing for a minimum of 3 years before you can put your application in through the accreditation board to become a trainer. Once you are approved to start your apprenticeship as a trainer, that takes approximately 3 years with several, probably about 150 hours worth of apprenticeship, written test, oral board. Once you establish and become a trainer with them, you can then proceed on to become a master trainer, which is approximately 350 hours, give or take, of a apprenticeship. You have to write and create a 400-hour curriculum for a detection school, which is approximately 10 weeks, and then go through testing, evaluations, and an accreditation board.
And are you also a FEMA canine search instructor?
Yes, I'm currently a canine search specialist handler with them, mentor, evaluator, and instructor for FEMA.
Can you please tell the jury about your training for that portion of your work?
That is several 100 hours of training also. It's a little bit different than most police departments because it's broken up over weeks, not direct straight training. You have to go through a canine search specialist training school, which goes over multiple things of dog care, health, and then how odors and scents and different things will travel or work through the environment. And then you start working in with your canine partner that's you have or you've acquired, and then you start working with the teams as a victim for the live human scent. And then FEMA, I think it was probably 2013 or 14 when they officially acknowledged human remains detection.
Did you start working with FEMA with human remains detection dogs as well then?
Yes, I did. Live find and human remains.
Now, I know you said you were retired law enforcement. Can you tell the jury about your work with law enforcement?
I had a approximately 24-year career with the city of Miramar, many different units within, from traffic to traffic homicide to motors, community policing, canine, and then my last 5 years was assigned to the DEA as a task force officer with a narcotics dog.
As part of your work with FEMA, did you have your own human remains detection dog?
Yes, with the city of Miramar, we had a memorandum of understanding with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, who facilitates the federal part of the task force. Miami-Dade is considered Florida Task Force 1. We're a local asset first, then we become a state asset, and then if the requirements take us out of state, it would become a federal asset, which is kind of what's going on right now, like in North Carolina. So with that memorandum of understanding, I had Canine Jewel, which was my human remains dog, that was kind of supplemented to the department on an as-needed basis from Florida Task Force 1 for cases involved in local and other jurisdictions, requests for assistance.
Okay, thank you, sir. Turning back to your Napwata master trainer, can you explain how long you've been a master trainer?
I became a master trainer officially in 2015, I believe. It took approximately 7 years to get to that status with all the requirements through Napwata.
And approximately how many canine handlers do you train annually?
Approximately 50 to 75 canine teams.
And what areas do you train both the handlers and the canines in?
For Napwata, I train and certify human remains detection, wildlife detection, and electronic device detection.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention specifically to a dog named Wally with his handler, John Long. Are you familiar with them?
Your Honor, if I could just object based on the prior motion.
Sir, are you familiar with a canine dog that was named Wally and his handler, John Long?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention now back to November 10th of 2019. Were you the master trainer for Napwata that certified Wally on that date?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to the jury what Wally was tested on November 10th, 2019 to be certified with Napwata?
The minimum standards for human remains detection cadaver for Napwata consist of 6 elements. There's a buried, open area, water, debris and rubble, vehicles, and buildings. Each one of those has blank areas where there's no odor placed, and then there are 2 odors that will be within those 6 areas for a total of 12 hides that need to be located. That is the minimum standard for the North American Police Work Dog Association cadaver test.
Do you also make sure that human remains dogs during their certification aren't hitting on things like food or animal remains?
Yes, one of the requirements that I did not mention is there is a dead animal distraction that is required as part of the testing. It is either placed out or already within the environment. As we set up a field, we come across dead birds or rodents or anything like that. And the dogs cannot alert or show any interest to our behavior to that dead animal distraction.
And if they did, would that be one of the reasons why they would fail their certification?
Yes, if a team alerted to that and called that as a hide, that would be a failure.
And is NAPWADA one of the nationally recognized and court-accepted certifications in the United States?
I'm going to object to the
Yes.
question, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
And was your answer yes, sir?
Yes, it is. It's court recognized and many states use it as a standard.
And during your certification of Wally, did Wally exhibit any concerning behavior?
No, he actually did not miss any of the 12 hides that were put out, which gave him a 100% pass rate.
So he passed with 100% accuracy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In your experience with law enforcement, with human remains detection dogs, as a master trainer, and through all of your qualifying to become a master trainer, would it be unusual for a human remains dog to be able to hit on the scent of human remains that have been deceased for less than 45 minutes?
It is possible, yes.
In fact, have you seen that in your line of work?
Yes, I have. We would be called out for vehicle rollovers and where passengers have been ejected for live search to start out, and because they want to make sure that there's no other persons in the vehicle or around the vehicle. And once we've run the live dogs and confirmed that, we would run the human remains dogs. And I had experience where it's been within 45 minutes of the crash, because it was, we know the exact time it was reported, and then being able to locate a victim from that crash that had been deceased within that period of time.
And since the dog is hitting on a scent or an odor, can the scent or odor remain even if the deceased person has been removed?
Yes. If the source is removed, I've seen this, and we've actually trained 2 different levels of this for different reasons to see how the dog's behavior continues to respond in that area.
In fact, in your experience, have you been involved with searches where months later they could still detect the smell?
Yes, I have had a few cases that has the exact time. I don't know, but it would be months, correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ross.
Mr. Strickland, that example of the 45 minutes with the person being ejected, the dog's actually going and finding a real dead body in the woods or something, right?
On that case, in the event of the rollover, it was a full body that was underneath the vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay, so they found a full body that had been dead for about 40 minutes.
Approximately, yes.
All right, and you're not talking about a plastic tub that was next to a body in the back of the truck that had been sitting in a storage unit for 4 days. That's not something, that's not the 45-minute connection you're talking about there, right? You're talking about finding a real body after 45 minutes.
I was discussing a case of a rollover crash, yes.
You talked about NAPWADA being a recognized agency, correct?
Recognized certifying body.
Okay, the truth is that NAPWADA is not a governmental agency at all, is it?
I never said it was.
Okay, it's a pay-to-play thing, isn't it?
It's a membership-based, but with the master trainers that are on it are all law enforcement that have been working dogs for many years, and a tremendous amount of experience, and we've also been called into many court cases around the country to testify.
Well, sir, people have to pay if they want their dogs tested by NAPWADA and to get your fancy certificate, right?
I don't quite understand. They pay for a membership, but they don't pay for certification. No, sir.
That's because they want the fancy certificate that says their dog is certified, right?
No, their dogs have to complete a testing of minimum standards, and once they complete that, they are issued a certification for the discipline that they tested in.
And so your testing has the test that you administer, the dog is allowed to get certified with a 90% pass rate.
I believe it's approximately 93.6.
Okay, so the dog's allowed to get things wrong.
The team is allowed to miss one of the 12 hides, and if they miss a second one, then it is a failure. But with the one miss, it's approximately a 93.6, I believe.
And those hides during your certification process, those involve actual decomposing material like blood, like tissue and bone, like teeth and tissue, right?
Varying amounts, yes, from very small amounts to larger amounts.
But there's something there that is decomposing and emitting an odor.
Yeah, there is source put out, human remains source for that certification.
All right, and in fact, you don't use like freshly decomposing things that have been dead for like a day or less than a day. You use tissue that has been decomposing for a long time, don't you?
We have used, whether it's in training or certification, if we have access to it, I have had training on a body that's been dead within 24 hours.
Okay. I'm not talking about training, I'm talking about NAPWADA certification process. You do not use...
I believe the freshest I've had is within the week.
The NAPWADA certification, that expires annually, correct? To the day.
It does have an expiration of best practice standards is 12 months to be recertified, correct?
In fact, the NAPWADA website says our certification expires 1 year from the date it's issued, doesn't it?
It does say that, but there has been exceptions made, such as COVID and other things like availability of testing.
Let's talk about availability of testing. Looking at Wally's NAPWADA records, before you certified him in November of 2019, the last time he was certified by a NAPWADA trainer was in February of 2013. Were you aware of that?
I have heard that, or I've seen that from his records, yes.
All right. Were there opportunities in 2014 for him to get recertified by NAPWADA?
I don't know if what his availability would have been, no, sir.
All right. Were there opportunities for him to get recertified in 2014 by NAPWADA?
The same answer. I don't know his availability.
Were there opportunities for him to get recertified in 2015 by NAPWADA?
Same answer, sir.
Objection. He's asking him every year. He's answering the same way.
Ask the questions.
I forget what year I was on. I'll ask you again. 2015, do you think NAPWADA offered certification courses for human remains detection dogs in 2015?
They offered. I don't know the availability of the team.
Okay, how about 2016? Did they offer courses in 2016?
They would have offered courses. There would have been availability during that, to answer your question, yes.
Okay, 2017?
Yes.
2018?
Yes.
How about the first 10 months of 2019? You think there were courses?
Florida, we usually do at the end of the year. So that would have been whatever the availability was. But I know Florida, I normally know that the NAPWADA or testing is done towards the end of each year for Florida.
But there's also testing in Georgia, isn't there?
There can be availability in other places. It's usually when there's a workshop or something else going on.
And there are workshops continuously year-round, aren't there?
There's probably maybe 6, give or take.
Now, you talked about FEMA a lot, and I imagine you're familiar with the FEMA evaluation manual for human remains detection dogs, right?
Roughly off the top of my head, yes,
Okay.
sir.
I'll just make the point I'm going to make, is that when FEMA also evaluates these dogs in the hides, they use real tissue, real blood, real human remains, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point of FEMA, and the point of their evaluation is so that the dogs can find human remains, actual human remains, following a natural disaster, correct?
A little clarification on that. The dogs don't actually find the human remains. They find the odor of human remains. They're not trained to find the actual source. The dogs detect the odor of human remains.
All right, and I imagine FEMA wants to go and start digging in rubble where there's no body, right? Is that what you're telling our jury?
No, the dogs are trained to locate the closest point of where the odor is coming from. And at that point, that is where the rest of the team will start utilizing other tools that we have within our equipment to verify the find.
And FEMA requires a second dog to come in and confirm the first dog's alert.
I don't believe it's a requirement, but in the humanitarian part of FEMA, whether it's live find or cadaver, a second dog is brought in to help locate or triangulate the best location of where the dog is, the first dog alerted. I had a really good example of that when I went to Haiti with my live find dogs. My dog hit from the top of a rubble pile, and we brought in a second dog and launched them from a different direction, and they were able to alert from a different point so that the rescuers could start in a better location. It wasn't to confirm whether or not the first dog is correct or not. It's to help narrow down the location.
Sir, it's FEMA's policy that a second dog is brought in before they start recovery efforts.
A second dog is brought in to
All right, thank you, sir.
confirm. I'm sorry, did you hear me or no?
No, I think you answered my question.
Okay.
Sir, you also talked with the prosecutor about odor, and I imagine that is something of a lot of interest to you. Is that right?
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
Well, you talked about, the human remains detection dog, detect the odor. You were talking to them about the timing that they can detect an odor. The prosecutor asked you if you thought your dog could detect odor that, had been left months ago. You remember all that, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, NAPWADA has hired someone by the name of Dr. Ken Furton. Are you familiar with Dr. Furton?
I know Ken Furton. I don't believe he's hired by North American Police Working Dog Association. He's a professor from FIU.
All right, and have you studied or have you received training from Dr. Furton or gone to any of his workshops?
I've had cordial interactions with him, and I was certified with my narcotics dog through FIU's standards back in the day that he was part of.
All right, are you aware that he's done extensive studies into the idea that you can transfer scent from decomposing tissue and things to other items, in his case gauze, sterile gauze, and see if a dog can detect that? A human remains detection dog can detect that?
Yes, I have heard of that, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he found when those gauze pads that he had tried to transfer the odor to were stuck in a bag overnight, and that was a aluminized Ziploc bag, and then he took...
This is outside the scope of this witness.
Your Honor, they have proffered him as an expert, and he has talked a lot about transferring odor. He's giving his opinion.
Ask the question, we'll see what his answer is. Reserved for now. The question is, do you know about this study?
He said he was aware. I asked him that.
He's answered that question yet.
Judge, I asked him if he was aware of the study by Dr. Furton regarding transfer of odors.
Ask it again. I'm not sure.
Yes, Ms. Strickland, are you aware of the studies conducted by Dr. Furton regarding transfer of human remains odor?
I know that there has been studies done out there of that, yes.
See?
Yes.
Sir, first of all, are you aware that in the study by Dr. Furton, the first thing is that he ran 5 handlers through a total of 26 evolutions, and the first thing he found was 7 of the 26 times the dogs hit on the blank. Did you know that?
I don't know the outcome of any of that study. I just know that there has been uses of a scent collection device that traps odor and scent within a gauze thing. I don't know the results of Dr. Furton's actual study.
All right, so you were not aware that these trained and certified...
Objection, he says he's not aware.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I'll move on. Sir, you talked about training with transfer odor. You've done that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you've done is you've taken a jar with like decomposing tissue in it, right? And you've taken the lid off and you've stuck it in an ammo can, which are airtight, right?
Correct.
All right, so you've stuck that jar of decomposing material, the ammo can, this jar tight, and you've put some like mailing labels in there in that ammo can, correct?
Correct.
And you've left them in there in that locked, airtight, sealed container that's what? What's that about? 4 inches by, I don't know, 8 inches, is that right? 4 by 8?
Yeah, it depends on what kind of storage unit you're using.
Well, I'm talking about your green ammo cans, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's
approximately, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're taking the decomp material, you're putting them there, you're putting your address labels in there, and then you're locking it airtight, right?
As airtight as it possibly can be, yes, sir.
And then you're leaving it in there, I think you said almost a day, right?
It depends on when it gets put in there, I believe is what I said.
Okay. But you're leaving it in there for hours, right? I mean, this isn't like you're leaving it in there for 45 minutes.
No, I don't think it's been that short of a period of time, no, sir.
Okay. And then what you do is you take these labels out there and you stick them places and you see if the dog will hit on them, right?
We use them for training to teach the dogs different methodologies of search.
And to be fair, in your training, you have had these human remains detection dogs hit on these labels that have been in the airtight sealed ammo can with the decomposing material right there in it next to it. You've had dogs hit on it when you've used those as training aids, right?
Yes.
But the one thing about that you've learned is that the scent on those labels, it is no longer useful for a training aid after about half a day, right?
It depends on what the threshold is. I think the last time we discussed this, I refreshed them within the half a day so that we make sure that the dogs are still capable of completing the search properly to make it successful, because that is what our training is about, to make sure that the dog is successful and reliable.
All right, and you agree you testified about this topic earlier, correct?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall saying, with regard to the labels, I will be able to run that for at least a good half day with that odor being impregnated within that tape before I will. It's called a low threshold odor, and then you will stop using that.
I would refresh the labels by putting another one out to make sure that the exercise was complete properly.
And for council's awareness, that was on page 257 of the transcript from September 20th, line 22. Sir, the last thing I want to talk to you about are best practices. Now, you said that these human remains detection dogs, they're not really law enforcement dogs, right?
For the most part, no, they're not.
Okay, so, when you were a canine handler with like the DEA and your dog was taking on drugs going down I-95, the DEA or your certifying agency was a law enforcement agency, right, for your dog and you as a handler?
My certification was through NAPWADA also for narcotics.
All right, but
through their narcotic standards.
But your police department accepted that certification, correct?
Correct.
And they kept a file on you.
My training logs that were documented in my certifications that I obtained each year.
All right, and so every time you went and you trained your narcotics dog, you would submit your training documentation to the law enforcement agency so it would become part of your record.
Correct.
And I imagine that there was someone else who was checking off to make sure that you were being proficient in your training.
In my law, for my narcotics dog, yes.
Okay, and did you have a requirement with your narcotics dog to do proficiency training?
Yes.
What was the requirement?
It's a minimum of 16 hours of maintenance training per month.
Okay, per month, 16 hours per month. So that your dog knew what it was doing, right?
Correct.
And then if you came into court with your dog, there would be no questions about the quality of your dog's work, correct?
Based on the certifications and training, correct.
Now, human remains detection dogs are a little different with regard to the training requirement, right? The proficiency training requirement.
In which way?
In that there's no agency monitoring how often or how many hours they do it per month.
We still have training requirements for our team through FEMA. And then to be able to take a NAPWADA certification, it is, it would show if you're not actively training your dog, you would not perform well on the certification.
Now, for human remains detection dog, you agree that anytime you're doing proficiency training, you should log that, right?
For human remains?
Correct.
It's a little bit different because if we're utilizing them for FEMA, our training and maintenance training for them is more to make sure that we're doing or performing correctly in the environment and we're placing the aids at different thresholds and different depth within the pile. So the training is more documented personally to know where your dog is currently at so that we have like a well-rounded dog as it continues its training. I believe with FEMA we train anywhere from 2 to 3 times a week with our live find and HR dogs.
And that's because, sir, there is a major difference between a FEMA dog and a law enforcement dog, correct?
No, the training's still pretty much the same. It's just how they're utilized.
Thank you, Ron. No further question.
Redirect.
Mr. Strickland, is there any requirement with FEMA that you also be certified with NAPWADA?
No, there is not.
And would you say that it's imperative with your FEMA training, going to disasters, searching for human remains, and even with your live find dogs, that you have highly trained dogs that are able to detect the odors that they're trained to detect?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, this witness may be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Strickland, this is Judge Whittington. You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
What's your next witness?
The next witness will be crime scene technician Thibodeau.
I got you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Will you take a moment and introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Tiffany Thibodeau. I'm with the Clay County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene technician.
How long have you been with the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
12 years.
The entire 12 years that you've been there, have you been a crime scene technician?
Yes.
What types of training have you completed in order to hold your role as a crime scene technician with the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of West Florida. When I was originally hired, I took a forensic field training course through our agency, and I've also taken multiple classes on crime scene processing, crime scene reconstruction, chemical analysis, and such.
What is the purpose of the crime scene unit with the Clay County Sheriff's Office?
It's to document, collect evidence, and process for any items of evidentiary value in an ongoing investigation.
Can you kind of explain for us how documenting and collecting and those types of things are done in a specific case? What kind of coordination does it take?
So when we arrive on scene, we typically will meet with a case, either the investigator or an officer that's there. They give us a brief description of what the case is about, and then we go further into that. We start with our overall photographs of the scene, just as when we got there, and then we go further into it by taking our close range photographs whenever we find items of evidentiary value. We process scenes for DNA and or latent prints, as well as if there's anything that needs some kind of presumptive testing, we can do that on scene. And then ultimately, when we collect evidence, we preserve it for later processing.
When you are working a large investigation, say a homicide or a missing person, as you're processing the scene, are you doing that in consultation with other crime scene technicians and detectives?
Yes.
Is that to make sure that all the eyes are seeing the things?
Correct.
Because someone can miss something.
Yes, it's better to have multiple.
On October 28th of 2019, were you requested to assist in a follow-up investigation of a missing person named Susan Malden?
Yes.
Did you respond to 1872 Harbor Island Drive for that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Clay County?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential location.
On arrival, what was the first thing that you did when you got to the residence?
At the time, I met with Detective Fryer, who was the scene investigator on this call, and he requested overall photographs of the victim's residence.
After you consulted with Detective Fryer, did you begin taking those photographs?
Yes.
Can you kind of explain for the jury what the purpose of overall photographs are?
Overall photographs are to show the documentation of a scene, whether it be a residence, a building, it could be a location like a street or anything like that. And we take overall photographs to show how it was at the time when we arrived.
Before anybody's touched anything?
Correct.
Okay, exactly how it looked to you.
Yes.
As you are taking overall photographs, do you start from an outside position and work your way inward?
Yes.
Why is that?
We want to make sure that everything's documented from the outside in, kind of like it reads in a storybook.
Is it safe to say when you're taking overall photographs, you take an abundance of photographs?
Yes, absolutely.
In this case, at the residence on Harbor Island Drive, did you begin taking photographs outside?
Yes, I began outside from the street.
When you had finished taking photographs from outside and moved in closer towards the house, did you eventually go into the house?
I did.
When you make entry into a house like that, do you start taking photographs right away?
Yes.
Did you continue to take photographs throughout the house itself?
Yes, we'll typically do the same thing we do on the outside as well on the inside. So we're taking overall photographs of the exterior side of the residence as well as the interior side of the residence in multiple different angles.
So when you say multiple different angles, if you're in a living room, you may take one from the right side, you may go take one from the left side, all the angles in between.
Correct.
As you work your way into a house and going into new rooms, do you again start with those outside looking in photographs and work your way in?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would request permission to publish some pictures. CSD Thibodeau, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you explain for us what this photograph is and what its purpose is?
This is a placard photo. It's basically to show the case information, the location I'm taking these photographs at, the date and time, as well as I'm the one that's photographing them.
And I see your name down there and then a number. Is that your ID number?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 2, what is this a photograph of?
That is the front of the victim's residence.
State's Exhibit 3,
The front of the victim's residence.
and this one appears to be more focused on the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Is this demonstrating that difference between 2 and 3, showing how you move angles?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 4, what is this a photograph of?
That is me going through the front door,
State's Exhibit 5,
the threshold of the front door.
so basically you come to the door, you take a picture of that,
Yes.
and then you open the door and take a picture of what you see then?
Correct.
And that's what you mean by working your way in?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 6, what is this a photograph of?
That's in the entryway. It's a table that was on the left side along with a medical apparatus.
State's Exhibit 7,
That's the entryway from the front foyer to the living room.
State's Exhibit 8,
That's from the entryway to the right side of the living room.
State's Exhibit 9,
That is in the living room area facing towards the front right corner.
and towards the middle of the photograph we see an archway?
Yes.
Walk through? Yes. And is that going to the kitchen?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 10, what is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of in the living room facing towards the front foyer.
And State's Exhibit 11,
That's in the front of the living room towards the back of the living room.
State's Exhibit 12,
That's in the living room towards the right side of the living room where there's an archway to the dining room.
State's Exhibit 13,
It's just a closer angle going towards the dining room.
and is this working your way in towards the dining room?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 14,
This is through the archway of the dining room towards the kitchen.
and so the archway that we see in the middle of this photograph is towards the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 15,
This is the archway from the dining room to the kitchen
State's Exhibit 16,
and entering into the kitchen.
State's 17,
On the right side of the kitchen when entering from the dining room.
and we can see a sink and a stove and appears to be a dishwasher.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 18,
This was a table that was located in the back left-hand corner.
State's 19,
Coming around through the kitchen towards that same archway that goes to the living room at the front right corner of the living room.
okay, and this appears to be some kind of storage unit.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 20,
That's going from the kitchen to the master bedroom.
State's 21,
Entering the master bedroom.
State's 22.
That was the bed in the master bedroom.
Does the bed appear to be made or unmade?
Unmade.
Did you touch the bed before you took this photograph?
No, ma'am.
And that was exactly how you saw it when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 23,
That's in the bedroom near the foot of the bed, and that's focused out towards
where the entranceway of the bedroom is.
States 24,
That is when you, in the bedroom towards the foot of the bed, and then that's facing towards the other side of the bedroom across from the foot of the bed and to a master bathroom area.
okay, and the master bathroom area would be in that doorway.
Correct.
States Exhibit 25,
That is entering the bathroom.
States Exhibit 26,
A different angle entering the bathroom.
States 27.
That's a sink in the bathroom that was on the left side.
Okay, and there appears to be some kind of pinkish towel in the sink, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that there when you arrived?
Yes.
States Exhibit 28.
That's the pinkish towel that's inside of the sink with the liquid.
And you took a closer view to better document it?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 29.
This is the garage.
States 30.
Another angle into the garage.
States 31.
That's a photograph of items inside of the garage.
Okay. And these appear to be boxes of tile and things like that.
Correct.
States Exhibit 32.
This was an office / bedroom area at the back left of the residence.
States Exhibit 33.
It's a computer desk.
Okay. Was there a computer?
No, ma'am.
And so this is exactly how it looked when you got there.
Yes.
And there appears to be a charging cable laid out as if something had been plugged in there.
Correct.
States 34.
This was a bathroom to the right of that office area.
States 35.
Entrance into the bathroom.
States 36.
This was on the right side when walking into the bathroom.
States 37.
Another angle for the bathroom.
38.
Went inside of the bathroom facing out towards the hallway.
39.
That is going towards the back side of the bathroom.
40.
Another angle of that.
And is this actually making your way farther into the bathroom?
Yes.
States 41. What's this photo of?
This was an area that was under construction on the right side of the bathroom in the back part of it.
States 42.
A downward angle of that same view.
What is in States 43?
It was a framed area that was still under construction in that same area.
And in States 44?
And that's just a picture angled upwards towards it with the fireplace that was right behind that area.
In States 45?
And that's the right side of it when looking at it from the left side of the bathroom.
Okay, and we see some cloth sticking out of the pipe there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how it was when you first saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
States 46?
That's when at the back of the bathroom facing out towards the hallway.
When looking at all of these photographs of the bathroom, is that exactly how the bathroom looked when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
It was already worked up?
Yes.
Was the main purpose that you were at 1872 Harbor Island Drive that day to photograph the scene?
Yes.
When you finished photographing the scene, were you asked to go to another location?
Yes, I was asked to go to a storage facility off of Highway 17.
Did you go to that storage facility?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived, what did you do?
I made contact with Detective Fryer, who informed me that there was a storage unit in that area that possibly belonged to a suspect, and he wanted DNA swabs and latent print processing of the locks on it.
Did you respond to a section of specific storage units within that facility?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you got to those specific storage units?
I was requested to do DNA swabs, so I swabbed each of the locks on those, and then I also processed them for latent prints.
And that was multiple units, not just one?
Not just one.
Can you kind of explain for the jury what you mean by swabbing for DNA?
So we collect swabs. They basically come in individual packets, and they have caps on them. So we open up those swabs, they're all sterilized, and then we put sterilized water on them, and we actually make a swirling, rubbing motion over anything that we want to collect DNA epithelials from.
Did you also process those blocks for fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury how that's accomplished?
For this process, it was done with black fingerprint powder, which adheres to any kind of debris from fingerprints when they're touched on certain items.
Sweat, moisture, things like that that would have been on your fingers when you touched them.
Correct.
After you concluded the swabs and the fingerprinting of the locks, what did you do?
At that time, I made contact with CST Kern, who is my counterpartner in this, and it was deemed that she was actually going to take over as being the primary CST at the time.
In a large investigation, homicide, missing person, those types of things, is it typical to have more than one CST assigned?
Yes.
After it was determined that CST Kern would take over as the lead crime scene technician on the investigation, did you remain on scene at that storage facility to continue to assist her?
Yes.
The next day, October 29th, 2019, did you return to that 1872 Harbor Island Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of returning that day?
We were requested to do luminol on the residents. However, it was there was too much light inside the house, and we actually need it to be pretty dark.
Can you explain for the jury what luminol is, how it's applied, and what you're supposed to see?
Yes, it's a chemical reagent that that reacts to blood, and we use that to spray to see if there's any kind of blood residue or anything in the area.
And when you say it reacts with blood, what's their reaction?
It's a bright, glowing blue.
In order to see the bright glowing blue, you have to have a pretty dark area.
Yes.
Okay. Extraneous light coming from windows, things like that, is that going to interfere with your ability to see the luminescence?
Yes.
You indicated that that day, on October 29th of 2019, there was that extraneous light.
Yes.
Did you make a determination that you and CST Kern would come back and attempt to process the luminol again?
Correct.
On October 30th, 2015, did you go back to Ms. Mauldin's residence?
Yes.
At that time, did you again attempt luminol processing?
Yes.
Were you able to get any results that day?
No.
Did you have to actually continue going back multiple days in order to get the residence dark enough to do luminol processing?
Correct.
Eventually, did you go back there at approximately 5 a.m. one morning?
Yes.
Were you able to have the house dark enough at that point to do the luminol processing?
Yes.
Were there any areas of luminescence when you were finally able to get that processing done?
We did have an area luminous in the kitchen. That was right on the floor underneath the sink area.
When you have an area that luminesces, what is the next thing that you do as a crime scene technician to collect or develop evidence from that?
Well, first we try to photograph the area so it's documented, and then we'll attempt to do a presumptive test on it and see if the blood is, or if there's actual blood there. And if it comes back as a presumptive positive, we'll take a swab of it with that sterile swab and sterile water.
Did you take a swab of that spot on the kitchen floor?
Yes.
Did you get a result for the possible presence of blood?
Yes.
And what was that result?
It was a presumptive positive.
While at the residence, Have you and CST Kern been informed that possible blood drops had been found?
Yes.
Where were those at?
There was a spot on the floor of the living room in between the rug and a chair that was at the back towards the sliding glass door, and another spot that was noticed on a lamp that was to the far side of the couch on the right side.
Did you see the small spot between the blue sofa chair and the rug?
Yes, when it was pointed out to me.
Did you do that testing for possible blood?
Yes.
Were you able to get results?
Yes.
What were those results?
A presumptive positive.
I believe you mentioned a lampshade.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of lampshade was this?
It was kind of like a scrunched up cloth lampshade. It's sheer.
Okay, so not plastic, not glass, not anything like
No.
that? Fabric.
Fabric.
Did you attempt to get results from the possible blood spot on that?
Yes.
What were your results?
It was inconclusive due to not being able to get a conducive sample for it.
The sample on the floor is a tile floor,
Yes.
and this is the fabric where the stain appears to be soaked into it.
Correct.
When you adopt the luminescence reaction in the kitchen, did you begin to collect other items from the kitchen?
Yes.
What items did you collect?
I collected a kitchen towel. And then we also collected some items from underneath the sink, cleaning items.
Cleaning items.
Yes.
So you refer to it as some other items in an investigation like this. Is it typical that you would collect anything that could possibly have relevant information?
Anything with that could be of evidentiary value and be relevant into this case would have been collected.
As you're there, you don't know.
No, unfortunately in this case, since it was so unclear what items were used or anything like that, we had to take what we could and if we thought it was related to this case at that time.
Overall, in this case, items like bed sheets, tablecloths, anything and everything you could see was basically collected, is that right?
Correct.
November 4th, 2019, I believe is the day that you completed the luminol testing at the residence, is that correct?
Correct.
That day, did you respond to another location after you had completed that process at the residence?
Yes, we responded to our Orange Park Operations Center.
What was the purpose of responding to the Orange Park Operations Center?
We had received a search warrant on a white Toyota Tundra.
Who responded to that location?
Me and CST Kern and Detective Fryer was there.
Who took part in the search of the Toyota Tundra?
All three of us.
Before you begin the search of the truck, did CST Kern take photographs of the truck?
Yes, she took photographs just as it was, as if we would do overall photographs.
Inside the cab of the truck, in the bed of the truck, everything?
Correct.
What did you do first in the processing of that truck?
I utilize an alternate light source, which is a blue light that we use to determine if there's anything of biological value on any item. To do that, we have to wear blue goggles, and if it reflects or what we call luminesce, if it glows, that can be indicative of bodily fluids, and if it absorbs, it's indicative of possible blood.
Did you find any areas of luminescence?
No.
What was next?
I did find an area on the side of the truck that absorbed, but any areas that we did find that absorbed, I did test when they all came back with negative results.
So again, you said the absorbing would be an indication of possible blood.
Yes,
But your testing for possible blood was negative.
correct.
After that, did you begin to process the back truck bed of the area?
Me and CST Kern did, yes.
Once the search of the bed of the truck was complete, did you search the cab of the truck?
Yes,
Who searched the interior cab of the truck?
it was me and Detective Fryer.
Did you search the center console?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you find in the center console?
There were some checkbooks with carbon copies. There were also some receipts from Rosemary Hill landfill, as well as receipts from Home Depot.
Did you find a receipt from Home Depot for October 19th, 2019?
Yes,
Did you find a receipt for October 22nd, 2019 from Home Depot?
yes,
Did you find a receipt for Home Depot from 10/23/19?
yes,
Did you find a receipt for 10/24/19 at 11:09?
yes,
Did you find one that said 7:04 a.m. that morning for the 24th?
no,
Did you also find a Binderim remodeling estimate for Parent Hall?
yes,
CST Kern, the checkbook with carbon copies, did you collect that item?
Thibodeau, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes,
Your Honor, may I first please?
You may.
Detective Thibodeau, I'm handing you what has been marked as State Exhibit 201. You took a moment and look up. Do you recognize that item?
yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That was the carbon copy from the checkbook. I think that was recovered from
So the carbon copy is here, also the checkbook is here, is that correct, sir? Who is that carbon copy made out to?
Susan Malden.
Did the processing of that white Toyota Tundra take multiple days?
Yes,
Why is that?
to do an extensive search of any items and then processing took multiple days to do that.
Was the bed full of items?
Yes,
Did you take out all of those items individually and document them?
yes,
Did you do further luminol testing? on
We
the
did.
Toyota Tundra?
yes, ma'am.
Did you find any areas that luminesced?
There was an area in the trunk or in the bed of the truck that luminesced.
Did you do luminol on a portable vacuum that had been located in the truck?
Yes,
Did it luminesce?
yes,
Did you do the further processing for the presence of blood?
correct.
Did you get a result?
Yes,
What was that result?
that was a presumptive positive.
Throughout the days as you were there processing this truck, what do you do?
We're documenting all the items that we pull out of it. We're testing any items. We're using an alternate light source on those same items. we're trying to find the presence of blood or if there's any other items that we can use for this case.
Are you processing it much like you did the home and finding anything and everything that could possibly at some point be a body?
Correct.
What did you do next in this case? Let me do this. Did you participate in a search
Yes.
on November 8th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that search at the residence of Port Member pursuant to city plan?
Yes.
What was your responsibility during that search of residence?
Detectives on scene that were searching the residence were bringing out items for me to test anything that, for any kind of presence of blood.
Did you get any positive results on any of that?
No.
During this investigation, did you have the opportunity to take photographs of checkbooks, file folders, those types of things that have been collected from Ms. Sue Malden's home?
Yes, back at the lab.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 85. What is this a photograph of?
It's a green file folder,
State's Exhibit 86,
a yellow file folder,
State's 87,
a red file folder.
State's 88,
A marking on that red file folder that says Binderim Remodeling.
State's 89,
Boxes of checkbooks with the carbon copies.
State's 90,
A carbon copy of a check written out to Binderim Remodeling.
and in the bottom, it looks like there's a memo line.
Coming away from countertop sink repair.
State's 91,
Another copy, carbon copy of a check written to Binderim Remodeling with 20% deposit.
and what's the date on that check carbon copy?
2/13/19.
State's Exhibit 92,
Another check or carbon copy of the check for Binderim Remodeling for remaining 30%, dated 3/11/19.
State's 93,
A carbon copy of a check written out to Binderim Remodeling for deduction on balance owed, guest bathroom on completion, dated 4/3/19.
State's 94,
A carbon copy of a check to Binderim Remodeling on 4/25/19 for bathrooms, deduction from outstanding balance owed on completion.
State's 104, is this actually a photo of that carbon copy that was found inside the Toyota Tundra?
Yes.
CSD Thibodeau, during this investigation, did you have the opportunity to go to the Rosemary Hill transfer station?
Yes.
Why did you go to that facility?
I was requested to take photographs of the processing of how to get there as well as to the area for C&D.
CSD Thibodeau, State's Exhibit 55, what is this a photograph of?
This is the entrance into Rosemary Landfill with the weigh station at the beginning.
And is the weigh station towards the middle of that photograph? It looks like a little house with a lane on either side.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 56, what is this photograph of?
Leading up to the weigh station with one on each side.
Are you again following that overall photograph process and taking photos as you enter and farther?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 57, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph leading towards that C&D area that's after the weigh station area.
Your understanding of C&D construction and demolition?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 58, what is this a photograph of?
That is the C&D area that for drop-off.
State's 59,
That's a closer photograph of that.
and you can actually see a semi-truck with a trailer loading up trash in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 60,
And that's going towards the inside.
State's Exhibit 61.
This is exiting the Rosemary landfill area, and the right side would be the exit.
And again, towards the middle of the photo, you see a little building, almost like a house. Is that the same building that we saw in the other photo?
Yes, that's the same way station.
And State's Exhibit 62?
That's on the way out for the exit.
And you see a stop sign, and it actually says, before entering onto Scale, stop.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Your Honor, can we approach, please, this matter?
Either court or
No.
I think due to the late hour, it's not that late actually, but late enough that I think we will stop for the day and come back tomorrow and complete Officer Thibodeau's testimony and the rest of the testimony for Friday. So when you spent the first 3 days with us, you didn't really know much about the case. Now you know a lot more about the case. And guess what? You still can't talk about it with anybody, even yourselves, nor can you form any opinions about it. It may be difficult to do, but you've got to do that because you haven't heard all of the evidence or the arguments of the lawyers. So keep an open mind, get some good rest, and come back tomorrow morning and we'll continue on with the trial at 9 o'clock. Any questions before I let you go? All right. Juror number 5, if you could go back, we're going to have to talk to you about a scheduling issue, so don't go too far, okay, sir? All right. We'll see you all tomorrow.